In the quiet hours before dawn, when the noise of the modern world finally loosens its grip, ancient Rome feels closer than ever. Marble corridors echo softly, oil lamps tremble. Somewhere in the imperial palace, a young boy is being taught how to rule the world. His teacher is not a general, not a soldier, but a philosopher. His name is Seneca the Younger, and the boy will become Nero. This is not a story of sudden evil. It is a slow story, a quiet one. A story about good intentions, compromised ideals, and how wisdom can fail when it stands too close to power. Seneca was born far from the palaces of Rome, in Corduba, in what is now Spain. Sickly as a child, fragile in body, he survived through discipline of the mind. He studied Stoic philosophy, self-control, reason, restraint, the belief that true power lies in mastering one's emotions. To Seneca, virtue was calm. Anger was weakness. Cruelty was ignorance. Yet Rome did not reward quiet virtue. It rewarded proximity to power. By the time Seneca entered public life, Rome was ruled by emperors who could elevate a man one day and erase him the next. Seneca learned to survive by bending without breaking. At least, that was how he justified it. When Emperor Claudius exiled him to the barren island of Corsica, Seneca wrote essays on exile, on patience, on the illusion of suffering. He waited, and Rome eventually called him back. The summons came not from Claudius, but from a woman far more dangerous, Agrippina the Younger. She needed a tutor for her son, a boy named Nero. Nero was not born a monster. That is important to remember. As a child, he was artistic, sensitive, eager for praise. He loved music, poetry, performance. Agrippina wanted him to rule. Seneca wanted him to rule well. For a brief moment, their goals aligned. Together with the general Burrus, Seneca shaped the early reign of Nero. The first 5 years, later remembered as the Quinquennium Neronis, were calm, competent, almost hopeful. Taxes were reduced, corruption was restrained, executions were rare. Rome breathed. Seneca wrote speeches for Nero that praised mercy. He urged restraint. He taught the young emperor that fear creates enemies, while justice creates loyalty. And for a while, Nero listened. But philosophy is quiet. Power is loud. As Nero grew older, the applause of the crowd began to matter more than the counsel of his tutor. He wanted to be loved, not as a ruler, but as an artist. When the Senate frowned at his public performances, Nero felt insulted. When his mother criticized him, he felt threatened. And when Seneca cautioned moderation, Nero felt constrained. Agrippina was the first obstacle removed. Her murder was disguised as an accident, then as a necessity. Seneca helped draft the official explanation. This moment matters. It is where philosophy stopped guiding power and began serving it. Seneca knew the truth. He chose survival. After that, the descent accelerated. Executions became common. Friends vanished overnight. Rome burned, and Nero sang while it burned. Or so the story goes, simplified but enduring. Whether he sang or not, the image remains because it felt true. Nero blamed Christians. He tortured them publicly. Fear became theater. And Seneca grew rich, vast estates, endless wealth. He wrote essays condemning greed while surrounded by luxury. He wrote about tranquility while living in constant danger. The contradictions multiplied. Some say Seneca stayed to restrain Nero. Others say he stayed because leaving meant death. Both can be true. Eventually, Nero no longer needed his philosopher. Wisdom had become an annoyance. When a conspiracy was uncovered, real or imagined, Nero seized the opportunity. Seneca was implicated, not with evidence, with convenience. The order was merciful. By Roman standards, Seneca was allowed to die by his own hand. He opened his veins calmly. His wife tried to follow him into death. He stopped her. Even at the end, he taught. His blood flowed slowly. His final moments were not dramatic. They were controlled, stoic, silent. Nero would not last much longer. Abandoned by the Senate, hunted by his own guards, he fled Rome and took his own life, whispering that the world was losing a great artist. Not a great ruler, an artist. And so the question lingers, softly, like a candle burning low. Did Seneca fail Nero? Or did Nero expose the limits of philosophy itself? Stoicism can teach a man how to endure suffering. It cannot always stop a ruler from creating it. This is why their story endures. Not because it is loud, but because it is human. It reminds us that wisdom without courage can become decoration, and power without restraint will always devour its teachers. As the lamps of Rome dim and history exhales into silence, Seneca's words remain. Nero's ashes scatter, and the night grows calm again. Sleep now. The empire has fallen. But to understand the fall, we must first walk the path of the ascent, back to a time when the marble was bright and the future was unwritten. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Now, close your eyes. Let your shoulders drop. Unclench your jaw. Imagine the air is cooling around you, shifting from the sterile hum of the present to the organic, earthy silence of the past. It is the year 49 AD. We are standing in a room within the imperial palace on the Palatine Hill. The floor beneath your feet is a mosaic of intricate geometric patterns, cool to the touch, grounding you. The air smells faintly of beeswax polish and the distant, briny scent of the Tiber River winding through the valley below. Dust motes dance in a shaft of afternoon sunlight that cuts through a high window, illuminating a man and a boy. The man is Lucius Annaeus Seneca. He is 53 years old, and he looks tired, though his eyes are sharp, dark, and alive with an intelligence that seems to vibrate in the stillness. He wears the simple tunic of a scholar, though the fabric is of good quality, a subtle hint that his poverty is a philosophical choice, not a financial necessity. Or perhaps just that he enjoys a soft hem, for even Stoics appreciate not chafing. He has just returned to Rome after 8 years of exile on the rugged island of Corsica, and his skin still carries the weathered roughness of sea wind and harsh sun. He stands straight, but there is a stiffness in his knees, a reminder of damp winters spent in a place where he was forgotten by the world. Opposite him sits the boy. He is 12 years old. He has a thick mop of reddish blonde hair that catches the light, earning him the family cognomen Ahenobarbus, bronze beard. He is not yet Emperor Nero. He is just Lucius Domitius Ahenobarbus, a child with soft cheeks, a nervous energy in his hands, and eyes that dart around the room, seeking approval. He does not look like a monster. He looks like a student who hasn't done his homework and is wondering if he can charm his way out of it. The silence between them is heavy, filled with the weight of expectation. Agrippina, the boy's formidable mother, and the new wife of Emperor Claudius, has brought Seneca back for one purpose: to mold this boy into a ruler. Historians still argue whether Agrippina chose Seneca because she truly valued his stoic wisdom, or simply because he was a famous writer whose return would make her look benevolent to the public, a brilliant PR move disguised as maternal concern. Likely, it was both. Seneca looks at the boy, and the boy looks back. In this moment, the future of the Western world hangs suspended in the dust motes. Seneca clears his throat, the sound dry and small in the vast room. He picks up a stylus, balancing it on his finger. He is here to teach rhetoric, philosophy, and the art of ruling, but looking at the boy's eager, anxious face, perhaps he wonders if the most important lesson is simply how to survive the palace. The marble walls are thick, but they have ears. Every servant, every guard, every shadow could be a spy. Seneca knows this better than anyone. He barely survived the last regime. He places the stylus on the wax tablet. The scratch of the metal tip against the wax is the only sound, a gritty, purposeful whisper. "We begin," Seneca says softly, his voice raspy from disuse in public speaking, not with how to speak, Lucius, but with how to listen. The boy nods, too quickly, eager to please. He wants to be good. He wants to be great. And Seneca, despite his cynicism, despite the years of exile that should have hardened him against hope, feels a flicker of optimism. If he can teach this boy to master his own mind, perhaps Rome can be safe. Perhaps, or perhaps the flaw is already there, woven into the bloodline, waiting for the right amount of power to water it. But for now, the sun is warm on the mosaic floor, the oil lamps are unlit, and the monster is just a boy with ink on his fingers. Let the heavy stone walls of the Palatine dissolve now. Let the dust of the classroom settle and fade. We are traveling back a little further, slipping deeper into the dream, away from the stifling expectations of Rome and down toward the coast, where the air is salt-sweet and the horizon is wide enough to hold a boy's imagination. We find ourselves on the Bay of Naples, specifically in the seaside town of Antium. It is a place of blinding brightness, where the Tyrrhenian Sea stretches out like a sheet of hammered turquoise, restless and glittering under the Italian sun. This is where Nero was born, and this is where his heart will always return, even when he is master of the known world. But here, in these sun-drenched days of his early childhood, he is not a master of anything. He is simply a child living in the lull between storms. The year is earlier, perhaps 40 or 41 AD. Rome is currently ruled by his uncle, the erratic and terrifying Emperor Caligula. But Caligula is a distant nightmare, a rumor carried on the wind. Here in Antium, the terror feels far away. The boy, Lucius, for we must remember to call him Lucius still. The name Nero is a heavy cloak he has not yet been forced to wear, runs through the villa gardens that spill down towards the water. Can you hear the sound of the cicadas? Their rhythmic, dry buzzing is the soundtrack of the Mediterranean noon. The air smells of wild rosemary, heated by the sun, and the sharp, briny tang of the ocean. It is a sensory cradle. Lucius is living not with his mother, Agrippina, but with his aunt, Domitia Lepida. History tells us that Agrippina has been exiled, banished to a tiny island for plotting against the emperor. This absence is crucial. It means the boy is growing up without the crushing weight of his mother's ambition pressing down on his shoulders every morning. Instead, he has his aunt. Domitia is less concerned with empires and more concerned with comfort. She is a woman of luxury, of soft fabrics and easy laughter. And she raises the boy with a neglect that, to a child, feels remarkably like freedom. Historians often point to this period to explain the man Nero became. While aristocratic Roman boys were usually drilled in military tactics, law, and the stoic endurance of pain, Lucius is being educated by a rather unusual pair of tutors assigned by his aunt. One is a barber, the other is a dancer. It sounds like the setup for a joke in a Roman tavern, but it is true. Imagine the lessons. Instead of learning how to march in formation or declaim a legal defense, the young future emperor is learning how to style hair and how to move his body with the grace of a performer. The dancer teaches him rhythm, the emotional language of a gesture, the way a turn of the head can capture an audience. The barber perhaps teaches him the aesthetics of appearance, the vanity of the mirror. It is a soft education. It is a Greek education focused on beauty and art, which the stern traditional Romans viewed with deep suspicion. To a Roman senator, a boy who sings is a boy who is wasting time. But to Lucius, these lessons are magic. He discovers he has a voice, a thin, reedy tenor perhaps, but one he loves to use. He learns to pluck the strings of the cithara, a type of lyre. He learns that if he performs, if he smiles, if he entertains, the adults around him smile back. This is a dangerous lesson for a future king, the belief that love is something you earn through applause. But for now, it is innocent. He sits on a marble bench overlooking the sea, his small fingers fumbling with the instrument, trying to match the rhythm of the waves crashing against the rocks below. The sea does not judge his pitch. The sea does not demand he conquer Britain or pacify the Parthians. The sea just listens. It is peaceful here. The villa is filled with light. The shadows of Rome are long, but they have not yet reached Antium. Yet, there is a fragility to this golden age. One day, a messenger arrives. The rhythm of the household breaks. The Emperor Caligula is dead, assassinated in a tunnel beneath the palace, a violent end to a violent reign. The new emperor is Claudius, an old man thought to be a fool who was found hiding behind a curtain. But Claudius is family, and Claudius is kind, or at least forgetful enough to be merciful. He recalls Agrippina from her exile. The mother is coming home. You can imagine the scene as the boy Lucius is told the news. He likely barely remembers her. She has been gone for years, a ghostly figure of stories and whispers. When she arrives, the air in the villa changes. Agrippina is not like Aunt Domitia. She does not smell of rosewater and laziness. She smells of iron and intent. She is a woman who has survived the purge of her family, the murder of her brothers, the exile of her person. She returns not as a victim, but as a survivor with a singular focus. She looks at her son, this soft boy with the sun-bleached hair, who knows how to dance but not how to fight, and she does not see a musician. She sees a weapon she needs to sharpen. The reunion is the end of childhood. The barber and the dancer are dismissed, or at least pushed to the background. New tutors are discussed. The atmosphere shifts from the lazy, sun-drenched afternoon of the coast to the sharp, cold clarity of ambition. Historians still argue about the nature of the relationship between Agrippina and her sister-in-law, Domitia, during this transition. Some sources say they fought viciously over the boy's affection. It is easy to see why. Domitia offered him candy. Agrippina offered him the world. Most children would choose the candy, but Lucius is told he must want the world. He must want it because his mother wants it for him. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, but emotionally resonant, that around this time, snakes were found in the boy's bed, guarding him while he slept. The rumors spread that he was divinely protected, marked by the gods. It is the kind of story a mother like Agrippina would ensure was whispered in the marketplaces. But in reality, the only snake in the boy's life was the creeping realization that his freedom was ending. The sun still shines on the Bay of Naples. The water is still that impossible, inviting blue. But the temperature has dropped. The lessons on the lyre will continue, but in secret, hidden away like a shameful vice. The public face must be hardened. The boy, Lucius, takes one last look at the ocean, at the white foam unraveling on the sand. He does not know it yet, but he will spend the rest of his life trying to get back to this feeling. The feeling of being safe, of being small, of being merely a boy with a song, before the purple cloak of empire smothered the music. The waves retreat from the shore, pulling the pebbles with a rattle that sounds like 1,000 tiny bones rolling together. The tide is turning. Rome is waiting, and in the shadows of the capital, a philosopher is packing his bags, preparing to meet the boy who will break his heart. Leave the warm sands of Antium behind now. Let the sound of the gentle waves fade into the distance, replaced by a much harsher, wilder sound. The wind is howling here. We have traveled across the Tyrrhenian Sea to a place the Romans considered the edge of the civilized world. A jagged spine of granite rising violently from the deep water. This is the island of Corsica. The year is 41 AD, the same year the young boy Lucius was running through the gardens of his aunt's villa. But here, there are no gardens. There are only rocks, scrub brush, and a sky that seems vast and indifferent. Standing on a cliff edge, wrapped in a heavy cloak against the biting mistral wind, is Seneca. He is younger here, in his mid-40s, but he looks older. His face is drawn, his beard unkempt. He has been stripped of his toga, the symbol of his Roman citizenship and dignity, and now wears the rough wool of an exile. To understand the philosopher who would later try to tame a monster, we must understand this rock. This is where his soul was tempered. This is where he broke, and this is where he rebuilt himself. Seneca did not choose to come here. He was sent here by the new Emperor Claudius, or rather, by the machinations of Claudius's wife, Messalina. The charge was adultery with a princess, the emperor's niece. It was almost certainly a lie, a political maneuver to clear the board of rivals. But in Rome, the truth matters less than the verdict. The sentence was death. At the last moment, Claudius, in a fit of leniency, commuted it to banishment. Seneca was given his life, but he was taken from everything that made life worth living. His career, his wealth, his family, and the vibrant, beating heart of Rome itself. For a man like Seneca, a brilliant orator who thrived on the energy of the forum and the applause of the Senate, the silence of Corsica was deafening. He describes the island in his letters as a savage rock, a place where the summer sun scorches the earth and the winter winds pierce the bone. He lived in a tower. Tradition points to a specific ancient structure known today as the Tower of Seneca, perched high above the sea, where he spent his days watching the horizon for a ship that never came. Imagine the sensory deprivation. In Rome, his life was a tapestry of dinner parties, debates, the smell of roasted meat, the perfume of saffron water sprayed in the theaters. Here, the air smelled only of thyme, goat, and salt. The only conversation was with the rough locals who spoke a dialect of Latin, he barely deigned to understand. It was here, in this crushing isolation, that Seneca was forced to test the philosophy he had studied so fervently. Stoicism teaches that a man's happiness depends only on his mind, that external circumstances, wealth, location, status, are indifference. A true sage, the Stoics claimed, could be happy even on the rack. Now the universe was asking Seneca, "Do you really believe that?" The answer was complicated. In his public writings from this period, particularly a famous essay called Consolatio ad Helviam, written to comfort his grieving mother, Seneca sounds like a giant of spiritual strength. He writes that he is happy, that he has found peace, that the exile has merely stripped away the distractions of luxury to reveal the true self. He argues that a man can never be truly banished because he carries his own soul and the stars above him wherever he goes. The mind, he wrote, is its own place. It is beautiful. It is inspiring. It is the Seneca we want to believe in. But there is another side to the story, a more human side that historians often point to with a mix of pity and cynicism. While he was writing these noble words to his mother, he was also writing other letters, letters of desperation. One survives, addressed to Polybius, a powerful freedman in the emperor's court. In this letter, the Stoic mask slips. Seneca flatters the secretary, he flatters the emperor, he begs, subtly and then, not so subtly, for a recall. He bargains with fate. He claims he is a corpse waiting for burial. It is painful to read because it is so raw. It reveals the terrifying gap between who we want to be and who we are when the lights go out. This contradiction, the philosopher who preaches detachment while desperate to return to the game, is the defining struggle of Seneca's life. And yet, the rock did teach him. It had to. You cannot stare at the sea for 8 years without learning something about patience. During the long nights, when the wind rattled the shutters of his tower and the oil in his lamp burned low, Seneca turned his gaze upward. He wrote extensively about the natural world during this time. He studied the lightning, the winds, the movement of the planets. He found comfort in the idea that the universe was rational, ordered, and governed by a divine intelligence, even if his own life felt chaotic and unfair. He realized that the anger he felt, the burning resentment against Messalina, against Claudius, against the friends who had abandoned him, was poisoning him. He began to treat his own mind like a fortress, an inner citadel. If he could not control the emperor, he would control his reaction to the emperor. This was the laboratory where he distilled the lessons he would later try to feed to Nero. He learned that power is fragile. He learned that a man on a throne is just as terrified as a man on a rock, perhaps more so, because the man on the throne has further to fall. He learned that the only true possession is time, and yet it is the one thing we waste most carelessly. As the years dragged on, 1, 2, 5, 8, Seneca's hair turned grey. The stiffness in his joints settled in. He likely believed he would die there, forgotten, his bones bleaching in the Corsican sun. But the wheel of fortune, which the Romans honored as the goddess Fortuna, was slowly turning. In Rome, Messalina fell. She was executed for her own conspiracies. The old emperor Claudius remarried. His new wife was Agrippina, and Agrippina remembered the brilliant exile. She remembered his name, his way with words, his reputation that had somehow grown even brighter in his absence, as absence often does for the famous. One morning, in the year 49 AD, a ship was spotted on the horizon. It was not a merchant vessel or a fishing boat. It flew the imperial insignia. Seneca must have watched it approach from his tower, his heart hammering against his ribs, a very unstoic reaction to a very external event. The messenger climbed the steep path to the tower. He did not bring an execution order. He brought a summons. "Come home, Seneca. The empire needs you. A boy needs you." Seneca packed his few belongings. He left the rock behind, but in a way, he took the coldness of Corsica with him. He was returning to the center of the world, but he was no longer the same man who had left. He was harder now. Weariness had settled into his bones. He knew how quickly the wind could change. As the ship pulled away from the island, cutting through the waves back toward Italy, Seneca stood on the deck, looking not back at his prison, but forward toward Rome. He thought he was going back to save the state. He did not know he was sailing straight into a fire that would consume everything he built. The silence of the island was over. The noise of the palace was about to begin. The ship docks at Ostia, the bustling port of Rome, and the world suddenly explodes into noise. After 8 years of only the wind and the sea, Seneca is assaulted by the roar of the empire. Dock workers shouting in a dozen languages, the creak of cranes lifting amphorae of wine, the smell of rotting fish and exotic spices. It is overwhelming. It is the smell of life. Seneca steps onto the solid ground of Italy, and though he keeps his face composed, his heart must be racing. He travels up the Tiber to Rome, watching the city rise around him like a mountain range of marble and brick. It is bigger, louder, and more chaotic than he remembered. He is brought directly to the Palatine Hill, to the heart of the imperial complex. He does not go to the emperor first. He goes to the empress. Agrippina the Younger awaits him in a private audience chamber. She is 34 years old, in the prime of her power, and she is terrifying. To understand why Seneca, a man who wrote so eloquently about avoiding the corrupting influence of the court, agreed to serve her, you must look at Agrippina not through the lens of modern judgment, but through the eyes of a Roman survivor. She is royalty in its purest, most dangerous form. She is the great-granddaughter of Augustus, the sister of Caligula, and now the wife of Claudius. She has survived purges that wiped out nearly every other member of her family. Her bloodline is more prestigious than her husband's, and she knows it. When Seneca enters the room, he sees a woman who holds herself with the rigid discipline of a general. Her stola is dyed the deep, rich purple that costs a fortune per ounce, but she wears no frivolous jewelry. Her power does not need decoration. She looks at Seneca with eyes that are famously described as cold and unblinking. There is a scholarly debate here worth noting. Ancient historians like Tacitus paint Agrippina as a seductress who used her body to gain power. But modern historians often argue this is just Roman sexism at work. They suggest she was actually a brilliant political strategist who used her lineage and her intellect to outmaneuver the men around her. Looking at her now, standing by a window overlooking the forum, the latter seems more likely. She does not need to seduce Seneca. She owns him. She is the one who signed his recall order. She is the reason he is not eating stale bread on a rock. "Lucius Aeneas," she says, her voice low and cultured. She uses his family name, acknowledging his status, but her tone makes it clear who is in charge. She does not ask him about his philosophy or his time in exile. She gets straight to the point. My son needs a father. The state needs a future. It is a clever phrasing. She is not just hiring a tutor, she is recruiting a conspirator. She explains the situation with brutal clarity. Her husband, the Emperor Claudius, is old. He is feeble. And more importantly, he already has a son, Britannicus. Britannicus is the rightful heir by blood, a boy of roughly the same age as her son Nero. But Agrippina has no intention of letting Britannicus rule. She has maneuvered to have Claudius adopt Nero, placing him ahead in the line of succession. But a legal adoption is just paper. To truly rule, Nero must seem like an emperor. He needs gravitas. He needs rhetoric. He needs the kind of intellectual polish that only the most famous writer in Rome can provide. She needs Seneca to turn a soft, artistic boy into a philosopher king, or at least a convincing imitation of one. Seneca listens. He is a smart man. He sees the trap closing around him. If he accepts, he is aligning himself against Britannicus, against the natural heir. He is stepping into a brewing civil war between a stepmother and a stepson. But what is the alternative? To refuse Agrippina is to invite death. To return to Corsica is to invite a slow death of the soul. And perhaps, just perhaps, there is a flicker of vanity in him. The Stoics believed in duty to the state. What higher duty could there be than to shape the mind of the man who will rule the world? If he can teach Nero to be wise, to be just, to be controlled, he could save Rome from another Caligula. It is the ultimate philosopher's dream, Plato's Republic, brought to life in the halls of the Palatine. He looks at Agrippina. He sees the ambition burning in her like a fever. He bows his head. "I am at your service, Augusta," he says. The deal is struck. It is a pact made in a quiet room, with only the busts of ancestors watching from the shadows. But it will echo through history. Agrippina allows herself a small, tight smile. She gestures to a servant who brings wine. Not the cheap vinegar of the soldiers, but a vintage Falernian, aged and sweet. They drink. It is a moment of deceptive calm. Seneca has been given his marching orders. He is to be the preceptor, the tutor. He is given a salary that is staggering, enough to make him one of the richest men in Rome overnight. It is a bribe, and they both know it. A little warm joke might be found in the irony of the situation. Seneca, who just spent years writing about the virtues of poverty, is suddenly given enough gold to sink a battleship. He accepts it, presumably with a very stoic nod, telling himself he will use it for the greater good. The human capacity for rationalization is the one thing faster than a Roman chariot. As he leaves Agrippina's chambers, walking back out into the cool evening air of the palace gardens, Seneca feels the weight of his new reality. He is no longer an exile. He is the emperor's man, or rather, the empress's man. The sun is setting over the 7 hills, bathing the city in a bruised purple light. He walks past the statues of gods and monsters, past the fountains that bubble with clear water, piped in from the distant mountains. He stops to look at a statue of Hercules, a hero who suffered, labored, and eventually burned. Seneca takes a deep breath. The air smells of jasmine and danger. He has traded the solitude of the cliff edge for the snake pit of the court. Tomorrow, he will meet the boy. Tomorrow, the work begins. He adjusts his toga, feeling the fine wool against his skin, so different from the rough fibers of Corsica. He tells himself he is ready. But as the first stars appear above the pantheon, winking in the twilight, one wonders if the philosopher knows that he has just walked into a tragedy that he will not be able to write his way out of. The night deepens. The guards change shift, the clatter of their armor echoing on the stone. Seneca walks on, his shadow long and thin against the palace walls, a ghost haunting the future he is about to create. The sun rises over the Esquiline hill, burning off the mist that clings to the 7 hills of Rome. We are entering the imperial gardens now, the Horti, a sprawling oasis of manicured greenery that serves as the backyard of the palace. It is here, away from the prying eyes of the Senate and the suffocating pressure of Agrippina's court, that the real work begins. The year is 50 AD. The air is cool and smells of damp earth, crushed mint, and the sweet, heavy fragrance of blooming oleander. It is a peaceful setting for a dangerous education. Seneca walks along a gravel path, the small stones crunching rhythmically beneath his sandals. Beside him walks the teenage Nero. The boy has filled out slightly. The baby fat is melting away, revealing the jawline of a young man, though his eyes still hold a childish curiosity. He wears the toga praetexta, the garment of highborn youth, bordered with a stripe of purple, marking him as sacred, protected, and destined for great things. But today, he does not look like a future master of the legions. He looks like a student who would rather be anywhere else. He is kicking at a pebble, his mind clearly drifting to the chariot races at the Circus Maximus, rather than the lecture on moral fortitude his tutor is currently delivering. Seneca notices the distraction. He is a master of rhetoric after all. He knows when he has lost his audience. He stops walking. He places a hand on the boy's shoulder, a gesture that is firm but fatherly. "Lucius," he says, using the name that is still his own, "you are thinking of the Green faction again." Nero looks up, caught. A sheepish grin spreads across his face. "The Greens have a new driver," the boy admits, his voice cracking slightly as it shifts between octaves. "They say he takes the turns faster than anyone." Seneca smiles. It is a warm, human moment. There is a gentle humor here, the greatest philosopher of his age, a man whose writings will be studied for 2,000 years, is losing the battle for a teenager's attention to a sport that is essentially NASCAR with horses. Seneca does not scold him. Instead, he pivots. This is his genius. He uses the boy's obsession to teach the lesson. "A chariot driver controls 4 horses," Seneca says, gesturing to the empty air as if holding the reins. "If he pulls too hard, they break stride. If he lets go, they crash. The soul is the same, Lucius. Anger, desire, fear. These are your horses. You are the driver. If you let them run wild, you will smash against the wall." Nero listens. The image appeals to him. It is dramatic. It is visual. He nods, his eyes brightening. "So a ruler must be calm," he asks. "A ruler must be the eye of the storm," Seneca corrects. "The world will swirl around you. Men will scream, armies will march, fire will burn. But you must be stone. You must be the anchor." This is the core of the curriculum. Historians call it the education of a philosopher king, a concept borrowed from Plato. But there is a darker undercurrent to these lessons. Seneca is not just teaching Nero how to be a good man. He is teaching him how to survive his own family. Seneca knows that Agrippina is watching. He knows she wants a son who can command. But Seneca wants a son who can restrain himself. He is terrified of what happens when absolute power meets a lack of self-control. So he pours the doctrine of clementia, mercy, into the boy's ears like a protective spell. He tells Nero stories of the great Augustus, not of his battles, but of the times he forgave his enemies. Cruelty, Seneca whispers, leaning in close as they pass a fountain where water spills from the mouth of a stone lion, is the tool of a coward. Only a strong man can afford to be gentle. It is a beautiful idea, and for a time it seems to work. Nero is a sensitive boy. He hates the sight of blood. When he is asked to sign a death warrant for a criminal during these early years, he reportedly cries out, "I wish I had never learned to write." It is a quote that Seneca likely recorded with a mixture of pride and anxiety. Is this true mercy, or is it just a squeamishness that will vanish once the boy tastes the true flavor of power? The lessons continue in the garden, day after day. They sit on marble benches warmed by the sun. They read the Greek poets, Homer, Euripides. Nero loves the rhythm of the verse. He has a prodigious memory and can recite long passages with a theatrical flair that makes Seneca nervous. The boy acts out the emotions too well. When he reads of Hecuba's grief, he weeps. When he reads of Achilles' rage, his face flushes red. Seneca tries to dampen this fire, to teach him to feel these things without being consumed by them. But the boy is a vessel of raw emotion. The Stoic tries to put a lid on a volcano. There is a scholarly debate that lingers over these garden sessions. Some historians argue that Seneca was naive, that he projected his own virtues onto a sociopath. Others argue that Seneca was fully aware of the danger, and that his writings from this time, essays on the shortness of life, on the tranquility of the mind, were actually desperate attempts to talk himself into believing that this experiment could work. He was trying to tame a tiger by reading it poetry, but in the quiet of the garden, with the bees humming in the lavender and the distant noise of Rome a mere murmur, it feels possible. The relationship between them is genuine. Nero looks up to Seneca. He seeks his approval. He calls him teacher, guide, friend, and Seneca, childless and aging, feels a fierce protective affection for this strange, talented, dangerous boy. He writes speeches for him to deliver to the Senate, speeches full of grace and high-minded ideals. When Nero recites them, the old senators weep with joy, thinking the golden age has returned. They do not know the words are not his. As the sun climbs higher, casting short, sharp shadows across the gravel, the lesson ends. Agrippina's servants appear at the edge of the garden, silent and watchful. They are the reminders of the real world. The lesson on the chariot driver is over. The lesson on imperial politics is about to resume. Nero stands up, brushing pollen from his toga. "I will be the anchor, Seneca," he promises, his face open and sincere. "I will not crash." Seneca watches him walk away, back toward the palace, back toward the mother who is sharpening him like a blade. The philosopher stays in the garden for a moment longer. He picks up the scroll they were reading, rolling it tight. He looks at the stone lion spitting water. It never stops. It never tires. It has no choice. Seneca wonders if he has just taught the boy how to be a good man, or if he has simply given him a better mask to wear. The wind shifts. The scent of the flowers is suddenly cloying, almost too sweet, masking the smell of something rotting underneath. The golden age is coming, yes, but gold is heavy, and it is cold, and it suffocates whatever it covers. The sun sets on the garden, and the shadows lengthen until they swallow the entire Palatine Hill. We are moving forward now, 4 years deeper into the timeline, arriving at the evening of October 13th, 54 AD. The air has turned crisp with the arrival of autumn, carrying the scent of wood smoke and falling leaves. But inside the imperial palace, the air is thick, hot, and heavy with the smell of roasted meats, spiced wine, and perfume. We are entering the triclinium, the imperial dining room. It is a space of overwhelming opulence, where the ceiling is painted to look like the heavens, and the guests recline on couches inlaid with tortoise shell and silver. But tonight, the atmosphere is not festive. It is suffocating. The tension is palpable, a tight wire stretched across the room, vibrating with every clatter of a silver spoon against a bowl. At the center of this tableau lies Emperor Claudius. He is 63 years old now, his white hair thinning, his head shaking with the tremor that has plagued him since birth. He is a man who has outlived his usefulness to his wife. Agrippina reclines on a nearby couch, watching him. Her expression is unreadable, a mask of dutiful concern, but her eyes are sharp, tracking every movement of the servants, every pour of the wine. History tells us that in the weeks leading up to this dinner, Claudius had been drinking too much and talking too loosely. In his drunken stupors, he had begun to mutter about fate, about how it was his destiny to suffer bad wives and then punish them. Worse, he had been seen looking at his biological son, Britannicus, now a teenager, sitting at a lower table, with a sudden tearful affection. He had been heard whispering that perhaps it was time for the boy to wear the toga virilis, the toga of manhood. To Agrippina, this was not just sentimental rambling. It was a death threat. If Britannicus rose, Nero would fall. And if Nero fell, Agrippina would die. The decision had been made. The weapon had been chosen. It was not a dagger nor a sword, but a delicacy. Dinner is served. The servants bring out a dish of mushrooms, boleti, the emperor's favorite. They are large, succulent, swimming in a rich, savory sauce that glistens in the lamplight. Mushrooms are a symbol of mystery in the ancient world, growing from the dark earth overnight, neither plant nor animal, existing on the boundary between life and death. Tonight, that boundary is very thin. Historians largely agree on the menu, but the details of the conspiracy are a tangled web of whispers. The ancient historian Tacitus tells us that Agrippina enlisted the help of Locusta, a notorious poisoner who had been imprisoned for her crimes but was quietly kept on the payroll for exactly this kind of state business. Locusta had brewed a toxin that was slow-acting but inevitable, designed to mimic a seizure or a stroke. The poison was sprinkled onto the mushrooms, perhaps by the taster Halotus, a eunuch whose job was to ensure the emperor's safety, but who had evidently been bought by the empress. Claudius reaches for the finest mushroom. He chews, he swallows. The room holds its breath. Agrippina sips her wine, her heart surely hammering against her ribs, though her hand is steady. For a moment, nothing happens. The emperor continues to eat. He drinks. He laughs at a joke, his voice slurring. The poison is failing. Or perhaps the emperor's legendary constitution, hardened by years of gluttony and alcohol, is fighting it off. A wave of panic ripples through the conspirators. If he survives this, if he wakes up tomorrow with a headache and a suspicion, the Praetorian Guard will be sharpening their swords for Agrippina's neck by noon. It is here that the scene turns from a quiet assassination into a frantic, clumsy tragedy. Claudius begins to choke. He gasps for air, clutching his throat, his face turning red, then purple. The guests freeze. This is not unusual. The emperor often chokes on his food, a result of his physical infirmities. But this is different. He is carried out of the dining room, his body convulsing. Agrippina signals the imperial physician, Xenophon. Xenophon is a Greek, a man sworn to heal, but he is also a man who knows where the power lies. He rushes to the emperor's side, claiming he wants to help Claudius vomit up the offending food. He takes a feather, a long, soft feather, perhaps from an ostrich or a peacock, and pushes it down the emperor's throat to induce the gag reflex. But the feather, the historians say, was dipped in a second, faster-acting poison. It is a gruesome detail, a perversion of care. The doctor kills the patient while pretending to save him. The door to the imperial chambers closes. The music in the dining room stops. The guests are ushered out, whispering, glancing back at the heavy curtains. The palace goes into lockdown. For hours, the death is kept secret. This is Agrippina's masterstroke. She knows that power is a vacuum, and if she announces the death before she has secured the succession, chaos will rush in. She seals the palace. She issues bulletins that the emperor is resting, that he is recovering, that he is asking for soup. She keeps Britannicus in the nursery, hugging him, weeping over him, calling him the image of his father, effectively holding him prisoner with her own body so he cannot be paraded before the soldiers. Meanwhile, messengers are sprinting through the corridors to find Nero. Where is Seneca during this long, dark night? He is likely in his study, or perhaps waiting in the antechamber, fully aware of what is happening. He is not a murderer, not directly. He did not mix the poison. He did not hold the feather. But he is the architect of the aftermath. As Claudius grows cold in the royal bed, Seneca is likely drafting the speech that Nero will give to the Senate. He is preparing the words of grief, the words of hope, the words of transition. It is a moment of profound moral grayness. The philosopher who preaches truth is preparing a lie. He is about to install a usurper on the throne of the world. Does he hesitate? Does he look at the ink on his fingers and wonder if it is as indelible as blood? We do not know. We only know that he wrote the speech. Finally, the sun rises. It is noon on October 14th before the palace doors are thrown open. The delay has allowed the Praetorian Guard to be bribed, the Senate to be managed, and the stage to be set. The crier announces the death of the divine Claudius. And then, stepping out into the blinding midday light, comes Nero. He is 16 years old. He blinks against the sun, looking young, fresh, and innocent compared to the old man who just died. He is flanked by Burrus, the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, a man of iron and discipline. Burrus shouts the name, and the soldiers echo it. Imperator, Imperator. Nero is lifted onto a litter. There are cheers. The crowd loves him because he is young, because he is the grandson of the beloved Germanicus, and because the soldiers have been promised a donation of 15,000 sesterces each, a sum that can buy a lot of loyalty. Britannicus is nowhere to be seen. The rightful heir has been erased from the narrative before the first cheer has faded. Later, Seneca would write a biting satire about this event called the Apocolocyntosis, or the pumpkinification of the divine Claudius. In it, instead of becoming a god, the bumbling Claudius is turned into a pumpkin. It is a cruel joke, a piece of literary revenge against the man who exiled him. It is funny, sharp, and brilliant. But reading it now, knowing the tragedy that occurred in that dining room, the humor feels cold. It feels like a man laughing to cover the sound of a closing coffin. The boy is emperor now. The golden age is about to begin. The poison has done its work, clearing the path for philosophy to rule. But as Seneca stands by the side of the new emperor, watching the crowds cheer, he must know that a reign born of poisoned mushrooms and lies stands on very shaky ground. The old emperor is dead. Long live the artist, the monster, the child. Only time will tell. The sun climbs high over Rome, indifferent to the change of masters, shining on the marble just as it did yesterday. But the shadows have shifted, and the temperature has dropped. The smoke from the funeral pyre of Claudius drifts away, dissipating into the autumn sky, and Rome takes a collective breath. We are entering a period that historians will later look back on with a mixture of nostalgia and disbelief. The Quinquennium Neronis, the 5 golden years of Nero's early reign. It is the year 54 AD, and the city feels lighter, as if a heavy winter cloak has been shed. The fear that permeated the final years of Claudius, the arbitrary trials, the domination of the palace freedmen, the lurking dread of the executioner, seems to evaporate. In the Senate House, the Curia Julia, the sunlight streams through the bronze doors, illuminating rows of senators who are for the first time in decades smiling without checking over their shoulders. At the front of the chamber stands the young emperor. He is 17 now, radiating a kind of cherubic charisma. He wears the purple toga not as a uniform of terror, but as a robe of promise. He steps forward to speak, and the words that flow from his mouth are perfect. They are balanced, rhythmic, filled with reverence for the laws and the ancient traditions of the Republic. He promises that he will not be a judge in every case, that he will not allow his private whims to become public law, and that the Senate will once again hold its ancient dignity. The senators listen, entranced. They applaud with a fervor that is not feigned. They look at this boy and see a new Augustus. But if you look closely, just off to the side, standing in the shadow of a marble column, you will see the lips that are truly moving. Seneca is there. He is watching his student recite the script he wrote, mouthing the cadences along with him, like a conductor guiding a soloist through a difficult concerto. This is the zenith of Seneca's life. He is no longer the exile on the rock. He is the amicus principis, the friend of the prince, the unofficial prime minister of the Roman Empire. For 5 years, the world is ruled not by the whims of a teenager, but by the philosophy of a stoic. It is a time of remarkable competency. Taxes are lowered, relieving the burden on the provinces. The rampant corruption of the provincial governors is checked with new, stricter laws. The blood sport of the arena is, if not stopped, at least de-emphasized in favor of Greek-style contests of poetry and music. Seneca writes a treatise during this time called De Clementia, on mercy, dedicated to Nero. In it, he paints a portrait of the ideal ruler as a man who has the power to destroy, but chooses to save. He writes, "Mercy is the difference between a king and a tyrant." He leaves a copy on Nero's desk, hoping the boy will read it between his lyre lessons. And miraculously, Nero seems to embody it. There is a famous story from these years where Burrus, the gruff prefect of the Praetorian Guard, brings Nero a death warrant to sign for 2 highway robbers. It is a routine administrative task, but Nero pushes the scroll away, his eyes filling with tears. "I wish I had never learned to write, he says again, echoing his earlier sentiment. It is a moment of performative empathy, perhaps, but to the people of Rome, it feels like a miracle. They have a ruler who cries for criminals. After the madness of Caligula and the grimness of Claudius, Nero feels like a sunbeam. But behind the scenes of this golden age, a delicate dance is being performed. The government is effectively a triumvirate. There is Nero, the face on the coin, who is increasingly bored with the tedium of ruling and prefers to spend his nights carving ivory figures or discussing the merits of different racing horses. Then there is Burrus, the soldier, a man of missing fingers and few words, who keeps the Praetorian Guard loyal and the border secure. And there is Seneca, the intellect, who handles the Senate, the laws, and the image. The two older men, the soldier and the philosopher, form an unlikely but effective wall around the young emperor. They share a common goal: to keep the empire running smoothly and to keep Agrippina from running it for herself. This is the hidden conflict of the golden years. Agrippina did not poison her husband to sit in the back row. She expects to rule through her son. She appears on coins alongside him. She handles foreign correspondence. She is the best mother, the optima mater, a title that sounds less like a compliment and more like a command. There is a moment that perfectly captures this tension, a scene so cinematic it feels scripted, though the historian Tacitus swears by it. It is early in the reign. Ambassadors from Armenia have arrived to negotiate a delicate treaty. The imperial tribunal is set up, a raised platform where the emperor sits in his curule chair to receive the envoys. The doors open and the Armenians enter. But at the same moment, a side door opens and Agrippina sweeps into the room. She is dressed in full imperial regalia, and she heads straight for the tribunal, intending to climb the steps and sit beside her son. An act that would signal to the world that a woman is co-ruler of Rome, a scandal that would shatter the fragile peace with the chauvinistic Senate. The room freezes, the ambassadors stare. Nero freezes, unsure of what to do. He cannot publicly disrespect his mother, but he cannot let her sit. It is a disaster in motion. But Seneca does not freeze. With a quick whisper to the emperor, he prompts Nero to stand up and walk down the steps to meet his mother, greeting her with a dutiful embrace before she can reach the throne. The protocol is saved. The ambassadors see a loving son greeting his mother, not a henpecked boy yielding his power. Agrippina smiles, but her eyes are cold. She knows exactly what Seneca just did. He used a display of filial piety to block her ambition. It is a brilliant, bloodless maneuver, the kind of victory Seneca savors. Yet, even in this golden light, there are shadows. While Seneca preaches poverty and the simple life, his own fortune is ballooning to grotesque proportions. During these 5 years, he accumulates a net worth of 300 million sesterces. To put that in perspective, a Roman soldier earned about 900 sesterces a year. Seneca owns estates across Italy, vineyards in Spain, and lends money at exorbitant interest rates in Britain. Loans that some historians argue helped trigger the later revolt of Queen Boudica. How does the Stoic justify this? He writes essays, beautiful, eloquent essays, explaining that a wise man does not need wealth, but he is not required to reject it if it comes his way. He calls it preferable indifference. It is a convenient philosophy. There is a soft irony here, the kind that makes you smile and shake your head. Seneca, writing about the virtue of sleeping on a hard floor, while sitting on a cushion stuffed with swan, down in a villa that has its own heated bath complex. He is a man of contradictions, a human being trying to hold on to high ideals while wading through the muck of reality. He tells himself he needs the money to remain independent, to have a safety net if he needs to flee. He tells himself the money allows him to be a philanthropist. But the critics are already whispering. A senator named Swilius begins to ask publicly, by what wisdom, by what philosophical precepts does a man amass such gold in so few years? The cracks are forming. The boy is growing up. Nero is discovering that being emperor means he doesn't actually have to listen to his tutor if he doesn't want to. He is discovering the pleasures of the flesh, the thrill of the night, and the intoxicating realization that the laws Seneca writes apply to everyone except him. And Agrippina, blocked from the throne, is seething in the wings. She watches the two tutors, Seneca and Burrus, managing her son, and she realizes she has created a monster not in Nero, but in the bureaucracy that insulates him from her. The golden age is beautiful, yes, it shines. But gold is a soft metal. It bends easily. And as the 5th year draws to a close, the heat is rising, and the shape of the empire is about to warp. The lessons on mercy are done. The lessons on power are about to begin in earnest. The sun is high now, casting short, sharp shadows across the Roman Forum. We move from the glitter of the quinquennium to the machinery that made it possible. History often remembers Seneca as the solitary genius behind the throne, but he was never alone. Beside him, always, stood a shadow in armor. His name was Sextus Afranius Burrus. If Seneca was the mind of the regime, Burrus was its iron hand. He was the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, the commander of the only soldiers allowed to bear arms within the sacred boundary of Rome. To understand the stability of these years, you must picture them together. The philosopher in his soft wool toga, smelling of parchment and ink, and the soldier in his leather breastplate, smelling of horse sweat and oil. They were an odd couple, the classic brain and brawn archetype that history loves to repeat. But their partnership was the keel that kept the ship of state from capsizing. Burrus was everything Seneca was not. He was not a man of words. He was a man of the provinces, born in Vaison-la-Romaine, in Gaul. He had risen through the ranks not by writing clever speeches, but by being relentlessly competent. He was missing fingers on one hand, a detail often omitted in the grand statues, but whispered in the barracks, a souvenir from a forgotten campaign on a muddy frontier. While Seneca spun complex ethical webs to justify Nero's power, Burrus simply tapped the hilt of his gladius. His loyalty provided the brute force necessary to back up Seneca's soft power. When Seneca told the Senate that Nero respected their authority, the senators believed him, partly because the rhetoric was beautiful, but mostly because Burrus was standing by the door with 1,000 elite killers waiting outside. It was a symbiosis of necessity. They both knew that without the other, they were dead men. Without Burrus, Seneca was just an annoying intellectual who could be silenced with a single knife. Without Seneca, Burrus was just another warlord in a city that despised military rule. Together, they were the government. Their workspace was often the strategy room of the Praetorian Castra, the fortress on the edge of the city. Imagine the scene: a large table covered in maps of the empire, weighted down by daggers and wine cups. The air here is different than in the palace, stale, masculine, serious. Burrus traces the line of the Rhine frontier with a calloused finger. The legions in Germany are restless, he grunts. They want a bonus. Seneca nods, his mind already calculating the treasury reserves, drafting the letter that will frame the payment not as a bribe, but as a reward for valor. We will pay them, Seneca says, but we will have Nero announce it. The boy must be the source of all good news. Burrus grunts again. It is his way of agreeing. They understand the game. They are the adults in the room, keeping the nursery quiet so the neighbors don't call the police. There is a scholarly debate about how much they genuinely liked each other. Roman historian Tacitus claims they acted with unanimity, a rare thing in Roman politics, where stabbing your colleague was practically a job requirement. But modern historians often wonder if their alliance was more like a Cold War truce. Did the Stoic look down on the soldier as a blunt instrument? Did the soldier view the philosopher as a hypocritical windbag? Likely yes. But they shared a common enemy, Agrippina. They both knew that if the Empress Mother took control, their heads would be the first to roll. This shared fear forged a bond stronger than friendship. It was the bond of survival. They met every morning before dawn, coordinating the day's agenda before Nero even woke up. You handle the mother, Burrus might say, adjusting his sword belt. I'll handle the boy. And Seneca would smile, that thin, dry smile. I'll handle the words, he would reply. You just make sure the swords stay sheathed. It was Burrus who managed the physical reality of Nero's life. He controlled access. He decided which tribunes spoke to the emperor and which ones were told he was busy. He was the one who gently but firmly steered Nero away from the barracks, knowing that a teenage boy playing soldier was a recipe for disaster. Meanwhile, Seneca managed the emperor's mind. But even here, Burrus had a role. When Nero's passions flared, when he wanted to execute a senator for a perceived slight or banish a rival, it was often Burrus who provided the delay. Let us wait until morning, Caesar, he would say, his voice flat and boring, stripping the drama out of the moment. And in that delay, Seneca could slip in with his philosophy, soothing the emperor's ego, turning the rage into mercy. They were a tag team of moderation. They played good cop, bad cop, with the most powerful teenager in the world, except in this version. They were both trying to be the good cop, protecting the world from the bad cop growing inside the boy. Yet, there was a softness to Burrus that history sometimes overlooks. He was not a mindless thug. He too had a sense of duty. There is a story that once, when Nero was pressured to punish a man unjustly, Burrus spoke up, bluntly, dangerously. I have given my opinion once, he snapped at the emperor. Do not ask me again. It was a risk. You did not snap at Caesar. But Nero backed down. He respected the soldier in a way he did not respect the philosopher. He knew Seneca could be debated. He knew Burrus could not. This dynamic kept the peace for years. But time is the enemy of all alliances. As the years ticked by, the strain began to show. Burrus was aging. His health was failing. Some say it was throat cancer. Others say it was the stress of holding up the sky. And Seneca was growing weary of the constant compromises. They were exhausted men, trying to hold back the tide with buckets. One evening, late in the 5th year, the two men stand on the ramparts of the Castra, looking out over the lights of Rome. The noise of the city is a low roar, like the ocean. He is changing. Burris says quietly. He doesn't need to say the name. The boy's gone. The man is difficult. Seneca leans against the stone parapet, pulling his cloak tighter against the wind. We have taught him too well, he admits. We taught him that he is the center of the world. Now he believes it. They stand in silence, two guardians at the gate, watching the city they have saved 1,000 times without anyone knowing. They know the golden age is fragile. They know that if one of them falls, the other will not stand long. Burris coughs, a harsh, wet sound that rattles in his chest. Seneca looks at him with genuine concern. In this moment, stripped of the philosophy and the armor, they are just two old men who are tired of babysitting a tiger. Go home, Burris, Seneca says softly. Sleep. Tomorrow brings its own troubles. The soldier nods and turns away, his hobnailed boots scraping on the stone. Seneca watches him go. He is the smartest man in the empire. But as he looks at the empty doorway, he feels a chill that has nothing to do with the wind. He realizes that without the soldier, his words are just air. And the air is getting thin. The sun sinks below the Janiculum Hill, and the administrative machinery of the empire finally grinds to a halt. The marble shines white in the moonlight, cold and pristine. But down in the valleys between the hills, the true city is waking up. We are leaving the polished floors of the palace now to follow a shadow slipping out of a side door. It is the year 56 AD. The Golden Age is still glowing on the surface, but rot is beginning to set in underneath. The figure moving through the garden is not dressed in the imperial purple. He wears a heavy, rough wool cloak, the kind worn by freedmen or slaves. A gallerus, a crude wig of coarse dark hair, covers his distinctive reddish-blonde curls. He moves with a hunch, disguising his height, his gait, his very essence. But if you catch a glimpse of his eyes in the flicker of a passing torch, you see the excitement burning there. This is Nero. He is 18 years old, the most powerful man in the world, and he is bored. He is sneaking out to play a dangerous game. He wants to know what it feels like to be nobody. We follow him down the slope of the Palatine, away from the patrician silence and into the Subura. This is the beating, dirty heart of Rome. Close your eyes and smell it. The air here is thick with wood smoke, the stinging scent of cheap oil lamps, the sweat of 1,000,000 people packed into insulae, the fermented tang of garum fish sauce, and the sharp ammonia of urine in the gutters. It is a sensory assault, and Nero loves it. Up on the hill, he is a god. Here, he is a ghost. He is joined by a small pack of friends, young aristocrats similarly disguised, their tunics belted high, their knuckles wrapped in leather. They are not here to inspect the grain supply. They are here to brawl. History records these nocturnal wanderings with a mix of scandal and fascination. They call it tirocingium, a perversion of the military term for a first campaign. But this campaign is against the shopkeepers and the night watchmen of his own city. Imagine the scene. The streets are narrow, winding canyons of brick and timber. It is dark. Rome has no streetlights, only the moon and the occasional lantern swinging outside a tavern. The pack moves silently. They spot a shop where a merchant is closing up, perhaps selling pottery or leather goods. They strike. It is fast, chaotic, and brutal. They smash the shutters. They grab merchandise, not because they need it, but because they can. They toss cups and bowls into the street, laughing as they shatter. When the merchant shouts, they turn on him. Fists fly. It is a release of tension. a violent exhale after days of listening to Seneca drone on about virtue and Burrus drone on about logistics. Here, there are no laws. There is only the adrenaline of the fight. Nero throws a punch, feeling the impact rattle up his arm. He takes a hit to the shoulder, a stinging reminder of his own mortality. He laughs. He feels alive in a way the throne never allows him to feel. He is testing the boundaries of his cage. There is a historical truth woven into this chaos that is almost comical in its absurdity. During one of these nights, the Emperor of Rome was actually beaten up by a senator, a man named Julius Montanus. Not realizing who was attacking him in the dark, fought back. He defended himself and his wife vigorously, giving the disguised emperor a black eye. The next day, realizing who he had struck, the terrified senator sent a letter of apology. Nero, nursing his bruise, reportedly read the letter and remarked coldly, "So, he knew he was hitting Nero." The senator was forced to commit suicide. It is a chilling reminder that the game is only a game for one person. For everyone else, the consequences are real. But for now, in the alleyway, the danger feels shared. The disguise holds. The emperor is just another thug in the darkness. Where are the tutors while their student is terrorizing the neighborhood? Seneca and Burrus are not blind. They know. The spies of the Praetorian Guard are everywhere. They likely trail the emperor at a discreet distance, intervening only if his life is truly threatened. We can imagine the late-night meetings between the philosopher and the soldier. "He came back with a split lip again," Burrus might grumble, pacing the floor. "We must stop him." But Seneca, ever the pragmatist, shakes his head. "Let him run," he advises, rubbing his tired eyes. "If we stop him, he will turn that energy against us. Let him expend his fury on the streets. Better a few broken jars in the Suburra than a broken empire." It is the theory of the safety valve. They believe that if they allow Nero these small vices, the brawling, the brothels, the drinking, he will be content to leave the heavy lifting of government to them. They are bargaining with his nature. They think they can compartmentalize the monster. "You can have the night, Nero, if you give us the day." But the night has a way of bleeding into the day. As Nero wanders deeper into the city, he discovers something more dangerous than street fighting. He discovers the adoration of the mob, not the formal applause of the Senate, but the raw, gritty love of the common people. He visits the taverns where actors and musicians gather. He buys rounds of drinks. He sings bawdy songs. He realizes that the people do not want a stoic philosopher. They want a star. They love his youth, his recklessness, his accessibility. He is not the distant, terrifying figure of Tiberius or the stammering, awkward Claudius. He is one of them, or so it seems. This realization plants a seed that will destroy Seneca's careful work. Seneca teaches that a ruler must be above the crowd, guiding them with reason. Nero is learning that he wants to be in the crowd, leading them with emotion. One night, the wandering takes him to the Milvian Bridge, the great crossing of the Tiber to the north. The river flows black and silent beneath the arches. Nero stands at the railing, pulling off his wig to let the cool river breeze hit his sweaty face. He looks back at the city, the sprawling, chaotic, magnificent mess of Rome. He feels a surge of possessiveness. It is his, not the Senate's, not his mother's, not Seneca's, his. He picks up a stone and drops it into the water. It vanishes with a plip, the ripples swallowed by the current. He smiles. The disguise is becoming less of a mask and more of a truth. He prefers the actor to the emperor. He prefers the night to the day. As the first grey light of dawn begins to streak the sky over the Sabine hills, the emperor puts his wig back on. He pulls his cloak tight. He heads back up the Palatine Hill, slipping through the secret door just as the roosters begin to crow. He washes the dirt from his hands, changes into his purple-bordered toga, and prepares to meet Seneca for his morning lesson on the importance of restraint. He will nod. He will agree. He will quote the Stoics. But his knuckles are still sore, and his heart is still racing with the memory of the dark. The good student is becoming a performance, and it is a role he is getting tired of playing. The mask is slipping, and beneath it, the face of the true Nero is beginning to form. The winter of 55 AD descends upon Rome, bringing with it a biting chill that seeps through the thickest wool and turns the Tiber into a grey, sullen snake. We are returning to the imperial dining room, the scene of Claudius's death, but the mood has shifted from anxiety to open hostility. The Golden Age is barely a year old, but the family that rules the world is tearing itself apart. The catalyst is a boy who sits at a side table, quiet, watchful, and tragically young. His name is Britannicus. He is nearly 14 years old, the biological son of the late Emperor Claudius. By blood and law, the throne should have been his. Instead, he sits in the shadow of his stepbrother, Nero. Britannicus is described by historians as a figure of melancholy dignity, intelligent, perhaps a bit sullen, fully aware that his very existence is an insult to the new regime. He is the loose thread that could unravel the entire tapestry Seneca has woven. And Agrippina, in her fury at losing control over Nero, has decided to pull it. The conflict has exploded into the open. Days earlier, the palace corridors rang with the sound of Agrippina's shouting. Furious that Nero had dismissed one of her favorite freedmen, she played her trump card. She told Nero to his face that she made him emperor, and she could unmake him. She threatened to take Britannicus to the Praetorian camp, to present the true heir to the soldiers, and to ask them to choose between the daughter of the great Germanicus and a crippled, usurping son. It was a threat of civil war. It was a threat of treason. And for Nero, it was the moment the mask fell off completely. He realized that as long as Britannicus lived, his throne and his life were in danger. The lessons on mercy, the essays on clemency, the gentle guidance of Seneca, all of it evaporated in the heat of survival instinct. The good student decided to solve the problem not with philosophy, but with chemistry. We enter the dining hall on the night of the act. The room is warm, lit by hundreds of lamps that cast flickering shadows on the frescoes. The air smells of roasted boar and heavy spiced wine. Nero reclines on the central couch, laughing too loudly, his eyes bright and hard. Agrippina is there, watching him with the wariness of a tamer who realizes the lion has unlocked the cage. And there is Britannicus, dining with his own companions at a lower table, as is the custom for princes not yet of age. A food taster stands beside him, a human shield against treachery. Nero knows this. He knows he cannot simply poison the cup, so he employs a trick so devious, it suggests a mind rapidly graduating from amateur cruelty to professional malice. A cup of wine is presented to Britannicus. The taster drinks from it. He suffers no ill effects. He passes the cup to the boy, but the wine is deliberately served boiling hot, too hot to drink. Britannicus recoils. He asks for water to cool it. A servant steps forward with a pitcher of cold water. The taster does not check the water. The wine has already been cleared. The poison is in the water. Britannicus pours the cold water into the hot wine. The temperature balances. He lifts the cup. He drinks. The reaction is instantaneous. This is not the slow, confused drifting away of Claudius. This is violent. Britannicus loses his voice and his breath in the same second. His eyes roll back. He crashes to the floor, the silver cup clattering and spinning away, spilling the purple stain across the mosaic. His body convulses, arching in a terrifying rigor. The dining room erupts into chaos. Guests scream. Some, realizing what is happening, flee the room in terror to avoid being implicated. Others, bound by protocol, freeze in their places, their eyes darting to the emperor. And what does Nero do? Does he call for a doctor? Does he weep for his brother? Nero does not move. He does not even put down his cup. He looks at the writhing body of his stepbrother with a bored, detached expression. "Calm yourselves," he says, his voice cutting through the panic. It is merely a fit of epilepsy. He has had them since childhood. His sight and senses will return soon. It is a lie. A blatant, terrifying lie. Everyone in the room knows Britannicus does not have epilepsy. They are watching a murder, and the murderer is telling them to ignore it. The guests slowly settle back onto their couches, terrified to disobey. They force themselves to resume eating, their hands trembling, their eyes fixed on their plates, while a dying boy gasps his last breath a few feet away. But the most chilling reaction belongs to Agrippina. Tacitus writes that in that moment, terror and confusion were painted on her face, just as much as on the face of the innocent sister, Octavia. Agrippina freezes. She looks at Nero, and for the first time, she sees him clearly. She realizes that her threats have backfired catastrophically. She has not scared him into submission. She has scared him into becoming a killer. She realizes that she has no protection. If he can kill his brother in front of her, he can kill anyone. The Optima Mater has created a force she can no longer control. The color drains from her face. She sits in silence, trapped in the nightmare she engineered. And where is Seneca? Was he in the room? History does not place him at the dinner, but he was certainly in the palace. He would have heard the screams, or at least the frantic whispers of the servants. When the news reached him, Britannicus is dead, a fit so sudden. What did the philosopher do? This is the moment where Seneca's soul begins to fracture. He knew the truth. He knew the boy was healthy. He knew Nero had met with Locusta, the poisoner. Yet, Seneca says nothing. He writes no condemnation. In fact, in the days that follow, he helps the regime smooth over the incident. The official story is maintained. Britannicus died of natural causes. A tragedy. The gods are cruel. Seneca chooses the stability of the state over the truth of the crime. He tells himself that if he speaks out, he dies. And if he dies, who will restrain Nero? Who will stop the next murder? It is the classic bargain of the collaborator. I must stay to prevent worse things. But deep down, in the quiet of his library, Seneca must have felt the weight of the lie pressing on his chest. The golden age is now painted over blood. The funeral follows quickly, suspiciously quickly. The very next day, in the pouring rain, Britannicus is cremated in the Campus Martius. There is no grand procession, no eulogy, just a hurried fire in the mud. The rain is so heavy, it threatens to extinguish the flames. A sign The people whisper that the gods are angry. The historian Diocasius adds a gruesome detail. The rain washed away the gypsum they had used to paint Britannicus's face to hide the discoloration from the poison, revealing the blackened skin to the crowd. Whether this is fact or folklore, the image is potent. The truth washes clean. The boy is gone. The last rival is removed. Nero rewards the accomplices. Locusta is given a sprawling estate and students to teach her dark arts. The silence is bought with gold. In the palace, a new reality settles in. The partnership of the three, Nero, Seneca, Burrus, is still intact, but the dynamic has shifted. Nero has tasted the ultimate power, the power over life and death. He has learned that he can kill a prince of the blood in plain sight, and the Senate will still bow, the guards will still salute, and his tutor will still write his speeches. He has learned that there are no consequences. As the winter rain lashes against the palace windows, washing the soot of the funeral pyre into the Tiber, Seneca sits by his lamp. He is writing a treatise on anger, or perhaps revisiting his letters on tranquility. But the words must swim before his eyes. He looks at the flame of the lamp, wavering in the draught. He thought he was raising a philosopher king. He thought he could mold the clay. But the clay has hardened in the fire, and it has taken a shape he did not intend. The ghost of Britannicus now walks the halls of the Palatine, the first of many. The silence in the palace is no longer the silence of peace. It is the silence of fear. And in the center of it, the young emperor picks up his lyre, strums a chord, and begins to sing, his voice sweet and clear, drowning out the sound of the rain and the memory of his brother's gasping breath. The palace is quiet, but it is the silence of a held breath, not of peace. The ghost of Britannicus has faded into the shadows, but a living ghost now haunts the corridors of the Palatine, a woman who is very much alive and increasingly desperate. We are in the years 55 to 58 AD. The struggle for the soul of the empire has shifted from the Senate floor to the private chambers of the imperial family. It is a war of intimacy, a psychological siege between a mother who cannot let go and a son who is desperate to breathe. Agrippina the Younger is losing her grip. For years, she was the most powerful woman in the world. She commanded armies through her husband, eliminated rivals with a glance, and placed her son on the throne of Caesar. She expected gratitude. She expected obedience. She expected to rule through him, the puppet master visible just above the strings. But the puppet has cut the strings, and the master is left grasping at air. Agrippina's response to her waning influence is frantic and terrifying. She does not retreat with dignity. She advances with a suffocating intensity. She begins to shadow Nero everywhere. If he is walking in the gardens, she appears from behind a hedge. If he is holding court, she is hovering by the curtain. She attempts to manage his friendships, his wardrobe, his very thoughts. It is the behavior of a helicopter parent, but in this case, the helicopter is armed with poison and the parent is an empress. The ancient sources, particularly Tacitus, record a shocking escalation during this period. They whisper that Agrippina, seeing her political power slip away, attempted to use the only weapon she had left, her femininity. The rumors are dark. They speak of incest. They describe a mother dressing in thin, revealing silks, appearing at midday when the emperor was drunk with wine, offering herself to him in a desperate bid to reclaim his affection through the most taboo of bonds. Historians still argue furiously over the truth of these claims. Was Agrippina truly so depraved, so hungry for power that she would seduce her own son? Or were these rumors planted later by Nero and Seneca to justify the horrific act of matricide that was to come? It is impossible to know for certain, but the psychological truth is clear. The relationship had become toxic, a tangled knot of love, guilt, and control that was strangling them both. To Nero, his mother was no longer a protector. She was a warden. She was the reminder of everything he owed and everything he feared. Her eyes were always on him, judging, calculating, demanding. He began to dread the sound of her footsteps. He began to hate the scent of her perfume, a heavy, cloying musk that seemed to linger in the room long after she had left, a sensory reminder that he could never truly escape her. Seneca and Burrus watch this unraveling with deep alarm. They are the architects of the Golden Age, and they see the foundation cracking. If Nero falls under his mother's spell again, their influence is over. If the rumors of incest reach the public, the regime will collapse in scandal. They must act. They decide to drive a wedge between mother and son, a wedge made of physical distance and cold protocol. The first strike is subtle but devastating. Nero, guided by his tutors, dismisses the German bodyguards who have protected Agrippina for years. It is a symbolic stripping of her power. Without the looming giants at her back, she is just a woman. Then comes the eviction. Nero orders his mother to move out of the imperial palace and into the nearby house of Antonia. It is a beautiful villa, luxurious and comfortable, but to Agrippina, it is a prison. She is being exiled from the center of the world to the suburbs of relevance. The scenes of her departure are filled with a cold, tragic drama. She packs her belongings. The courtiers who once flocked to her morning salutatio, begging for favors, now avert their eyes. In Rome, power is a scent, and everyone knows when it has gone stale. Agrippina walks out of the palace she essentially built, her head high, her face a mask of stone. But the rage inside her must be incandescent. She has been discarded by the boy she murdered for. She has been cast aside by the son she raised to be a god. She sits in her new home, watching the lights of the Palatine Hill flicker in the distance, plotting her return, writing letters that no one answers, hosting dinners for guests who no longer show up. Seneca visits her occasionally. It is a duty he likely dreads. We can imagine the scene. The philosopher sitting in her atrium, sipping wine, enduring her torrent of complaints. She rails against Burrus, calling him a cripple and a traitor. She rails against Seneca, calling him a hypocrite who teaches virtue while stealing her son. Seneca listens, his face practiced in its stoic calm. He nods. He offers platitudes about the changing seasons of life, about the wisdom of retirement. Power is a burden, Augusta, he might say gently. Lucius is merely trying to carry it alone, as a man must. But she sees through him. She knows he is one of the jailers. He is not a man, she snaps back, her eyes flashing. He is my creation, and he is breaking. There is a small, bitter humor in how the Roman aristocracy handles this fall. One day, a woman named Junia Salerna, a former friend of Agrippina turned rival, decides to kick the fallen empress while she is down. She concocts a plot, accusing Agrippina of planning to marry a descendant of Augustus and overthrow Nero. It is a lie, a petty high school drama played out with death sentences. When the accusation reaches Nero, he panics. He wants to execute his mother that very night. It is Burrus who stops him. The old soldier steps in, not out of love for Agrippina, but out of a respect for the law, and perhaps a fear of the Furies. She must be allowed to speak, Burrus grunts. Even a condemned criminal gets a trial. So, in a surreal twist, Burrus goes to Agrippina's house at dawn, interrogates her, and she, with her dazzling, terrifying intellect, dismantles the accusation, piece by piece, turning the tables so effectively that her accusers are the ones exiled. For a brief moment, the lioness roars again. She reminds them all that she is still the daughter of Germanicus. She survives, but survival is not victory. The incident only deepens Nero's paranoia. He realizes that as long as she is alive, she is a threat. She is too smart, too well-connected, too furious. He stops inviting her to public events. When she arrives unannounced, he kisses her hastily and claims he has urgent business. He is ghosting his own mother. The psychological pressure on Nero begins to manifest in strange ways. He has nightmares. He sees her face in the crowds. He begins to hate the women who remind him of her, strong, dominant women. He craves the opposite. He craves someone soft, someone who asks for nothing, someone who makes him feel like a man, not a project. Seneca sees this need. He sees the void where the mother's love used to be. And he knows that nature abhors a vacuum. If they do not fill Nero's heart with something safe, he will fill it with something dangerous. But Seneca underestimates the boy's capacity for rebellion. Nero is not looking for a wife. He is looking for an accomplice. He is looking for someone who will help him burn the rest of the strings. And as the winter of their discontent drags on, with Agrippina pacing the floors of her empty villa and Nero pacing the floors of his golden cage, a new figure is about to step out of the shadows. Not a princess, not a philosopher, but a slave girl with eyes like dark water, who will offer the emperor the one thing his mother never could: acceptance. The suffocating embrace is broken, but the cold air that rushes in is not the air of freedom. It is the draft before the storm. The year is 58 AD, and the wind blowing through the cypress trees on the Palatine carries a new scent. Not the metallic tang of blood or the heavy perfume of the court, but the faint, sweet smell of roses and secrecy. We are zooming in now, past the marble columns and the vigilant guards, into the hidden alcoves of the imperial residence. Here, in the quiet spaces between the grand political maneuvers, a love story is blooming. It is a scandalous love, a dangerous love, but for the young emperor, it is the first breath of fresh air he has taken in years. The object of his affection is not a princess from a foreign land, nor a noble daughter of the Senate. Her name is Claudia Acte. She is a freedwoman, a former slave from Asia Minor. By Roman standards, she is a nobody. She has no ancestors, no fortune, no political weight. And that is exactly why Nero loves her. Acte is described by the ancient chroniclers as having a quiet beauty, a gentleness that stood in stark contrast to the sharp-edged ambition of the women Nero grew up with. She does not ask him for provinces. She does not critique his speeches. She simply listens. Imagine them sitting together on a stone bench in a secluded part of the gardens, hidden by a trellis of climbing jasmine. Nero is 20 years old, shedding the last vestiges of boyhood. He rests his head on her shoulder, and for a moment, he is not the Caesar. He is just a young man tired of the noise. Acte runs her fingers through his reddish gold hair, soothing the headaches that plague him. In her presence, the monster sleeps. The relationship is a sanctuary. It is a rebellion against the arranged marriage to his stepsister Octavia, a cold political union that Nero finds repulsive, and a direct strike against his mother's expectations. Agrippina, of course, finds out. Nothing stays secret in the palace for long. Her reaction is volcanic. To a Roman aristocrat of her lineage, a freedwoman is beneath contempt. A serving maid for a daughter-in-law, she screams, her voice echoing through the halls. It is the ultimate insult to her pride. She sees Acte not as a person, but as a stain on the imperial purple. She confronts Nero, demanding he end the affair. She threatens him. She mocks him. But this time, the boy does not buckle. He looks at his mother with a new coldness, a resolve hardened by the arms of the woman he loves. "I am the emperor," he says, his voice quiet but firm. "I will love whom I choose." It is a pivotal moment. The umbilical cord is finally, violently severed. Agrippina realizes that by attacking Acte, she has only driven Nero closer to her. She has turned a dalliance into a crusade. And where stands Seneca in this romantic drama? The philosopher finds himself in the awkward position of being a royal matchmaker, or rather, a royal enabler. Seneca and Burrus hold a crisis meeting. They look at the situation pragmatically. They see that Acte is harmless. She has no political ambition. She loves Nero for himself. If she keeps the emperor happy, if she keeps him calm, and most importantly, if she keeps him away from Agrippina, then she is a strategic asset. Better a freedwoman than the mother, Seneca likely concludes, adjusting his toga with a sigh. They decide to protect the affair. To do this, they employ a ruse straight out of a comedy play. They use a mutual friend, a distant relative of Seneca, named Annius Serenus, as a cover. Nero sends gifts to Acte, jewelry, silks, fine perfumes, but publicly they are given to Serenus. Serenus pretends to be the one in love with the girl. He struts around the court, boasting of his conquest, while the court whispers and giggles. It is a farce, a masquerade to fool the world, while the emperor steals moments of happiness in the dark. There is a touching historical detail here involving Seneca. We know he wrote letters to this same Serenus, letters that survive today, about the nature of friendship and the tranquility of the mind. It adds a layer of warmth to the philosopher's character. He was willing to use his own family to shield his student's heart. Perhaps Seneca saw something in Nero's love for Acte that gave him hope, a capacity for genuine affection that might yet save him from becoming a tyrant. Or perhaps he just wanted to annoy Agrippina. In Rome, motives are rarely singular. The affair deepens. Nero begins to talk wildly. He suggests he might divorce Octavia and marry Acte. He even tries to fabricate a lineage for her, bribing former consuls to swear that she is actually descended from the royal kings of Attalids. It is absurd, and everyone knows it, but the court nods along because the emperor is smiling. But this fantasy cannot last. The pressure from the aristocracy is too great. A former slave can never be empress. Acte, wise and grounded, likely knows this better than Nero. She does not push for marriage. She is content to be the shadow queen, the one who holds his hand when the nightmares come. Historians debate Acte's later influence. Some Christian traditions claim she was a secret Christian, or at least sympathetic to the new faith spreading through the city's underbelly. It is a fascinating what if. Did the woman closest to the Antichrist whisper prayers to Jesus while he slept. There is no concrete proof, but the idea adds a haunting layer to the narrative. What is certain is her loyalty. Years later, when Nero is dead and the world has celebrated his fall, it will be Acte, along with two old nurses, who pays for his funeral. She will be the one to wash the blood from his body and place his ashes in the family tomb. She loved him when he was a god, and she loved him when he was a corpse. That is a love that history cannot easily dismiss. But for now, the tragedy is still in the future. In the golden light of the afternoon, Nero and Acte walk by the fountains of the Servilian gardens. He recites poetry to her. His own verses, perhaps a bit clumsy, but sincere. She laughs, a sound like water over stones. Agrippina watches from a distant window, her face twisted in hate. She sees her son slipping away, not into madness, but into a happiness she cannot control. And she realizes that if she cannot command his heart, she will have to break it. The battle lines are drawn. The golden age is fracturing into two camps, the party of the mother and the party of the lover. And standing in the middle, trying to keep the roof from collapsing, is Seneca. He rubs his temples. He writes another essay on the shortness of life. He knows that happiness in the palace is as fragile as a glass vase, and someone is about to drop it. The sun sets, casting long shadows over the garden, and the roses of Acte seem to turn the color of dried blood in the twilight. The whispers of love are about to be drowned out by the noise of the catastrophe. The year turns to 59 AD. The air in Rome is no longer crisp. It is stagnant, heavy with unspoken threats. The golden age is dissolving. The uneasy truce between Nero and his mother has collapsed into open warfare. Agrippina has pushed too far. She has befriended Nero's estranged wife, Octavia. She has courted the favor of the soldiers. She has become, in Nero's eyes, not just a nuisance, but an existential threat. The young emperor is convinced that she is plotting his death. She or I, he whispers to his inner circle. One of us must go. The decision is made. Matricide. The word itself is a taboo so deep it shakes the foundations of Roman morality. To kill a parent is to invite the Furies, the ancient spirits of vengeance. But Nero is beyond superstition. He is in the grip of fear. But how to kill the daughter of Germanicus? Poison is too obvious. She has her own tasters and has taken antidotes for years. A stabbing would leave a bloody trail leading back to the throne. Nero needs an accident, a tragedy that can be blamed on the gods or the sea. It is here that the story takes a turn into the surreal, a plot so elaborate it feels lifted from a Greek tragedy or a dark comedy. Anicetus, a freedman and the commander of the fleet at Misenum, and Nero's former boyhood tutor, proposes a solution. He is an engineer of death. He suggests a ship, not just any ship, but a collapsible boat, a vessel designed to fall apart at sea, dumping its passenger into the dark waves, leaving no evidence but splintered wood. Nero loves the idea. It appeals to his theatrical nature. It is a stage machinery for murder. The trap is set for the festival of the Quinquatria, a celebration of Minerva held at the seaside resort of Baiae. It is March. The Bay of Naples is calm, the water reflecting the stars. Nero invites his mother to join him, sending a letter full of contrition. He plays the role of the repentant son perfectly. Children must bear with the irritability of their parents, he is reported to have said. Agrippina, wary but desperate for reconciliation, accepts. She arrives by boat, Nero meets her at the shore. He embraces her. He holds her hand. He leads her to the villa where they feast. The dinner is long and lavish. Nero is charming, attentive, perhaps even affectionate. Is it acting, or is he saying goodbye? Historians wonder if there was a flicker of genuine sadness in him, or if he was simply checking the timing of the tides. At the end of the night, Agrippina prepares to leave for her own villa across the bay. The special ship is waiting. It is beautifully decorated, laden with tapestries and lamps. Nero escorts her to the dock. He hugs her tightly. Tacitus notes he clung to her chest, either to complete the simulation or because the last sight of a mother on the way to death detained even his brutal spirit. She boards. The rowers push off. The night is clear. The sea is smooth as glass. There is no wind. The gods, it seems, are providing the perfect witness for the crime. The ship glides out into the open water. Agrippina reclines on a couch under a canopy, attended by her servant, Azaronia. They are talking about the reconciliation, about the happiness of the emperor. Then, the signal is given. The mechanism is triggered. The lead-weighted canopy above them crashes down. It is meant to crush them instantly. But the plot fails. The canopy strikes the high sides of the couch, saving Agrippina and Acharonia from the impact. They are trapped in the debris, confused, shouting in the dark. The ship does not break apart as planned. The mechanism is jammed. The crew, realizing the plan is botched, begins to panic. They rush to one side of the ship to capsize it. The vessel tips. The women are thrown into the water. In the chaos, Acharonia makes a fatal mistake. Thinking it will save her, she screams, "I am Agrippina. Save the emperor's mother." The sailors, acting on their orders to ensure the empress dies, descend on her with oars and boat hooks, beating the woman to death in the churning water. Agrippina, silent and sharp-witted, sees this. She understands instantly. This is no accident. She stays quiet. She swims. She is a strong swimmer, a daughter of the river and the sea. Despite a wound to her shoulder from the falling debris, she strokes through the dark water, away from the murderous boat, toward the lights of the shore. She is picked up by a fishing boat and rowed to her villa. Imagine the scene back at the palace in Baiae. Nero is pacing, waiting for the news of the shipwreck. He expects a messenger to say, "She is gone." Instead, the news arrives that she is alive. She is in her villa. She is injured, but calm. She has even sent a messenger, Agerinus, to tell her son that she has survived a terrible accident and is resting. Nero collapses in terror. The collapsible boat has collapsed his reality. He knows, she knows. He knows the game is up. He imagines her arming her slaves, rallying the fleet, marching on him with the fury of a survivor. He is a child again, terrified of the mother he tried to kill. "What do I do?" he cries out. He summons Seneca and Burrus. It is the middle of the night. The two old men arrive, sleep still in their eyes, to find the Emperor of Rome trembling in his tunic. He explains the failed plot. He confesses everything. The silence that follows is one of the heaviest in history. Seneca and Burrus look at each other. They look at the boy. They realize they have crossed the Rubicon. There is no going back. If Agrippina lives, Nero dies. And if Nero dies, they die. The logic of survival takes over. Seneca, the moral philosopher, is the one who breaks the silence. He does not condemn the act. He does not resign. He looks at Burrus and asks quietly, "Can the soldiers be ordered to finish it?" Burrus shakes his head. The Praetorian Guard is devoted to the memory of Germanicus. They will not kill his daughter. The Navy must do it, Burrus says. Anicetus started this. Let him finish it. It is the death warrant. Seneca has tacitly approved matricide. The philosopher has signed his soul away to save his skin and the state. Anicetus grabs his sword. He takes a squad of sailors and marches to Agrippina's villa. The farce of the shipwreck is over. The tragedy is entering its final act. The night air at Baiae is no longer peaceful. It is electric with the impending violence. Agrippina lies in her dimly lit room, nursing her shoulder, listening to the waves, and waiting for the sound of boots on the gravel. She knows they are coming. She knows her son has sent them. The collapsible boat was a clumsy machine, but the machinery of the state is relentless. The night deepens around the Bay of Naples, turning the water into a vast, unreflective void. We are now inside Agrippina's villa, a place that should be a sanctuary of marble and silk, but has become a waiting room for death. The time is just past midnight. The crowds that had gathered on the beach to celebrate her miraculous survival have been dispersed by soldiers, their torches extinguished, their cheers silenced by the sharp commands of the Praetorian Guard. The villa is unnaturally quiet. The servants, sensing the shift in the wind, have melted away into the shadows, stealing silver cups and vanishing into the orchards. Only one maid remains in the dim bedroom, sitting by the lamp, watching the Empress. Agrippina lies on her couch, her shoulder throbbing from the shipwreck, her clothes still damp with seawater. She is listening. She hears the waves lapping against the shore, but she is straining to hear something else, the sound of a messenger from her son. She wants to believe he is sorry. She wants to believe the boat was just a tragic accident. But she is Agrippina. She knows how the game is played because she wrote the rules. Then the sound comes. It is not the soft knock of a messenger. It is the crash of the front gate. The heavy wood splinters. There are shouts, the heavy tread of hobnailed boots on the mosaic floors. The perimeter has been breached. The maid jumps up, her eyes wide with terror. She moves toward the door, not to bar it, but to escape. Agrippina watches her go. "Do you forsake me too?" she asks. Her voice is calm, devoid of pleading. It is the resignation of a woman who realizes she is finally alone. The door to her chamber bursts open. 3 men enter. They are not the faceless assassins of a back alley stabbing. They are officers of the Roman state. Leading them is Anicetus, the admiral of the fleet, the man who designed the collapsing boat. He is flanked by a ship's captain and a centurion of the Marines. The room is small, and their presence fills it with the smell of sweat, leather, and impending violence. They stand around the bed, blocking the light of the single lamp. Agrippina pulls herself up. She does not cower. She does not scream. She looks at Anicetus, a man she once treated as a servant, with a gaze that could strip paint from the walls. "If you have come to visit me," she says, her voice steady, "you can report that I am recovering." She pauses, her eyes flicking to the sword at the centurion's hip. "But if you have come to commit a crime, I do not believe my son has ordered it. He would not command a matricide." It is her final gamble. She is giving them a way out, a chance to blame the order on a misunderstanding. But Anicetus does not speak. He is past talking. The captain steps forward and swings a heavy club, striking Agrippina on the head. The blow is glancing, not fatal, but it dazes her. The silence of the room shatters. The violence is clumsy, brutal, lacking all the grace of the political maneuvering that led to this moment. The centurion draws his sword. Agrippina sees the steel flash in the lamplight. She knows it is over. In this final second, she does not beg for mercy. She does not pray to the gods. She does something that will echo through history for 2,000 years. She tears open her robe, exposing her abdomen, the scarred, stretch-marked skin of a mother. She looks at the centurion and points to her womb. "Smite my womb," she commands. "Ventrum ferri. Strike here, for this bore Nero." It is a curse and a confession all in one. It is a reminder that the monster who ordered this death came from her own body. The centurion thrusts. The sword goes home. She dies under a hail of blows, her blood soaking into the expensive linens of the couch. The daughter of Germanicus, the sister of Caligula, the wife of Claudius, the mother of Nero, the woman who defined the sheer, terrifying height of female power in Rome, is reduced to a broken doll in a dark room. The assassins do not linger. They have done the unthinkable. They wipe their blades and flee the villa, leaving the body where it lies. There is no dignity in the immediate aftermath. The few remaining servants, perhaps those who loved her, or those who simply feared her ghost, creep back into the room. They do not have the time or the resources for a state funeral. They carry her body to the dining room. There, on a dining couch, they build a hasty, modest pyre. They burn her that very night. There is no eulogy, no procession, just the crackle of the flames and the smell of smoke drifting out over the Bay of Naples. It is said that for years afterward, Nero refused to visit this part of the coast, claiming that the screaming of seagulls sounded like his mother's voice and that the sea itself smelled of blood. Back at the palace in Baiae, Nero is waiting. He is trembling. When the news arrives, it is done. He does not celebrate. There is no triumph. Instead, a profound, crushing horror settles over him. He sits in silence, staring at the floor. The reality of what he has done begins to sink in. He has killed his mother. In the ancient world, this is not just a crime. It is a pollution. It invites the Furies, the snake-haired goddesses of vengeance who drive sinners to madness. Nero waits for the lightning bolt to strike him. He waits for the earth to open up. He is paralyzed. Seneca and Burrus are there too. They are the adults in the room, the fixers. They see the emperor teetering on the edge of a breakdown. They know they must stabilize him, or the soldiers will revolt. They begin the work of justification. They spin the narrative. "She was plotting to kill you," they tell him. "You acted in self-defense. Rome is safe because she is gone." They send officers to congratulate him. They force him to stand up, to accept the salutes of the guard. They construct a reality where he is the victim, not the murderer. Burrus goes to the tribunes and centurions, ordering them to cheer for Nero's deliverance. It is a grim spectacle. Soldiers cheering a matricide because they have been paid to do so. But Seneca knows that the hardest audience to convince is not the army, but the Senate and Nero's own conscience. The philosopher retires to his desk. He has to write the most difficult letter of his life. He has to write the official explanation of Agrippina's death to the Roman Senate. He dips his pen in the ink. His hand must have shaken. He writes that Agrippina sent an assassin to kill Nero, and upon being discovered, committed suicide out of guilt. It is a lie, a clumsy, obvious lie. The Senate will read it and know it is a lie. They will know that Seneca, the great moralist, is covering up a murder. This is the moment Seneca's reputation dies, even if his body lives on. He has traded his integrity for the stability of the regime. He drafts the words recounting her crimes, her ambition, her cruelty, trying to make the senators feel relief rather than horror. As dawn breaks over the bay, the smoke from Agrippina's pyre has faded, but a heavy grey mist hangs over the water. Nero finally sleeps, a fitful, drug-induced slumber. The palace is safe. The mother is gone. The strings are cut. But as Seneca looks out the window at the morning light, he realizes that the Golden Age died in that villa, along with the Empress. The restraint is gone. The boy who cried over signing a death warrant is gone. In his place is a man who can kill the womb that bore him, and then go to breakfast. The philosopher closes his eyes. He has saved the emperor, but he has unleashed the tyrant. The silence of the villa is deafening, and it is spreading toward Rome. The sun rises over Rome, but it brings no warmth to the man sitting at his desk in the imperial palace. It is the morning after the matricide. Seneca has not slept. The oil in his lamp has burned down to a dry, cracked dreg, and the room smells of stale smoke and the sharp metallic tang of ink. Before him lies a scroll of papyrus, half filled with his elegant, cramped handwriting. This is the document that will stain his name forever. It is the official letter to the Senate, explaining why the mother of the emperor is dead. Seneca's hand hovers over the page. He knows the truth. Nero panicked, the boat failed, and the soldiers butchered a defenseless woman in her bedroom. But he cannot write the truth. To write the truth is to topple the government, to invite civil war, to sentence himself and everyone he knows to death. So he dips his pen and writes the lie. He constructs a story of betrayal, that Agrippina had sent her freedmen with a weapon to assassinate the emperor, and upon being discovered, she took her own life in a fit of guilty despair. It is a clumsy fabrication, a transparent veil over a bloody reality, but it is the only shield they have. Seneca finishes the letter. He rolls it tight, sealing it with the imperial signet. He feels a heaviness in his chest, a physical weight that no amount of stoic breathing exercises can lift. He has spent a lifetime writing about the sanctity of the soul, about how a wise man would rather die than commit a crime. And yet, here he is, the ghostwriter for a murder. He hands the scroll to a messenger. As the boy runs down the hallway, sandals slapping against the marble, Seneca walks to the window. He looks out at the forum below. He expects the sky to darken. He expects the people to be tearing their clothes in grief. But the city is bustling. The carts are moving. The shops are opening. Life goes on. It is a terrifying realization. The world does not stop for moral catastrophes. It simply adjusts. Later that day, the letter is read in the Senate. The curia is packed. The senators, men of ancient lineage and immense dignity, listen in silence. They know, every single one of them knows it is a lie. They have their own spies. The rumors of the collapsible boat are already circulating in the bathhouses. But what do? Do they rise in outrage? Do they demand justice for the daughter of Germanicus? No. They rise to applaud. They vote for public thanksgivings. They decree that the day of Agrippina's birth should be regarded as an unlucky day. They offer sacrifices to the gods for the emperor's safety. It is a spectacle of cowardice that shocks even the cynics. Only one man, a Stoic senator named Thracia Paetus, refuses to participate. He stands up, wraps his toga around him, and walks out of the Senate house in silent protest. It is a moment of blinding courage, a single candle in a dark room. Seneca must have watched him go with a mixture of admiration and shame. Thracia Paetus is doing what Seneca preached, while Seneca is doing what is necessary. And what of Nero? The young emperor is still in Campania, terrified to return to Rome. He is convinced that the people will stone him. He is haunted by nightmares. He tells his friends that he can hear the sound of a trumpet blowing from the surrounding hills and the wailing of lamentations from his mother's grave. He is waiting for the punishment of the gods. But instead of lightning, he gets a parade. When he finally works up the courage to return to the capital, the streets are lined with cheering crowds. The tribunes have organized the spectacle, yes, but many of the common people are genuinely relieved. To them, Agrippina was a haughty, terrifying figure, a relic of the old, bloody days of Claudius. They prefer the young, generous emperor. As Nero rides his chariot up the Via Sacra, seeing the flowers thrown in his path, seeing the senators bowing low, something inside him breaks, or perhaps heals in a crooked way. The fear evaporates. He realizes that he is untouchable. This is the true tragedy of Agrippina's death. It is not just that a mother was killed. It is that her death taught her son that there are no limits. If he can kill the woman who gave him life and be thanked for it, what can't he do? The furies that Seneca warned him about, the ancient spirits of vengeance, do not come with whips and snakes. They come with applause. They come with the realization that power is its own morality. Nero looks at Seneca during the triumph, and his eyes are different. The deference is gone. He sees his tutor now, not as a moral guide, but as a useful tool, a man who can clean up any mess with a well-written speech. The dynamic has shifted permanently. The philosopher is no longer the master. He is the accomplice. In the months that follow, Seneca tries to retreat. He asks for permission to retire, to withdraw to his estates, and spend his final years in study. He pleads age. He pleads ill health. But Nero refuses. "I need you," the emperor says, with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Who else will guide me?" It is a trap. Nero keeps Seneca close, not because he wants his advice, but because he wants his legitimacy. As long as the great Stoic is standing next to the throne, the regime looks respectable. Seneca is a prisoner in a gilded cage, bound by the very chains of influence he spent his life forging. At night, in the privacy of his villa, Seneca writes furiously. His letters from this period are darker, more urgent. He writes to his friend Lucilius about the dangers of crowds, about the fickleness of fortune, about the importance of a clean conscience. It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor, he scratches onto the wax tablet. Is he writing to Lucilius? Or is he writing to himself? Is he trying to convince himself that he is still a good man? He starts to eat simply, rejecting the rich banquets of the palace. He drinks only water. He sleeps on a hard mattress. It is a penance. He is trying to scrub the stain of the matricide from his soul with deprivation, but the stain is deep. It is in the ink. It is in the silence of the Senate. And as the lamps burn low and the wind rattles the shutters, Seneca knows that he is walking on a knife's edge. The ghost of Agrippina may not be haunting Nero, but she is certainly haunting him. The teacher has failed the student, and the student has become the master of a world without rules. The ghost of Agrippina has been exorcised, not by a priest, but by the roar of the crowd. We are moving into the year 59 AD, and a strange new season has arrived in Rome. It is not a season of war, nor of peace, but of performance. With his mother gone, the last barrier to Nero's true nature has crumbled. He does not want to be the new Augustus, stoic and grave, burdening himself with the grain supply and the border wars. He wants to be a star. He believes, with a terrifying sincerity, that he is an artist trapped in the body of an emperor. The business of the state, the signing of decrees, the reception of ambassadors, becomes an annoyance, a distraction from his real work, the lyre, the chariot, and the stage. Seneca and Burrus watch this transformation with a mixture of horror and pragmatic resignation. They try to strike a bargain with the emperor's impulses. They suggest he confine his chariot racing to the Vatican Valley, a private estate across the Tiber where the walls are high and the public cannot see. Nero agrees at first, but walls are meant to keep people out, and an artist needs an audience. Soon the gates are opened. The people of Rome are invited in to watch their emperor drive a 4-horse chariot, dust coating his face, the reins wrapped around his waist in the dangerous style of professional racers. And the people love it. They cheer not for the ruler, but for the daredevil. Seneca stands in the imperial box, watching the wheels kick up sand. He must wonder if he has failed to teach the most basic lesson of Stoicism, that a man's worth is found in his mind, not in the applause of the mob. But the chariot is not enough. Nero wants to sing. In Roman society, for an aristocrat to perform on stage is a disgrace. For an emperor to do it is a catastrophe. Actors and musicians are considered infamia, social outcasts, on the same legal level as prostitutes and gladiators. They are bodies for public consumption. For Nero to pick up a cithara is to voluntarily lower himself to the status of a slave. Seneca argues against it. He pleads. He likely quotes Plato on the dignity of kings. But Nero counters with the Greeks. The Greeks honor their artist kings, he says. Apollo is the god of music. Why should I be ashamed to emulate a god? It is a logic that is impossible to defeat, because it is based on narcissism, not reason. To legitimize his obsession, Nero establishes the Ludi Juvenales, the youth games. These are not gladiatorial combats, but festivals of the arts. And here, the absurdity begins to curdle into cruelty. Nero does not want to perform alone. He wants the aristocracy to join him in his degradation. He forces noblemen, elderly ex-consuls, distinguished generals, women of ancient lineage, to take the stage. Imagine the scene. A 60-year-old senator, a man who has commanded legions, forced to put on a mask and dance in a pantomime or recite poetry while the emperor nods approval. It is a humiliation ritual. It breaks their dignity. It makes them complicit in the theater of the absurd. If everyone is a clown, then the emperor is no longer ridiculous. And then Nero takes the stage. He has practiced for months. He has hired the best voice coaches who force him to lie on his back with a lead weight on his chest to strengthen his diaphragm. He purges his system with enemas and vomiting to clear his throat. He avoids fruit, claiming it harms the vocal cords. When he finally steps out before the selected audience, he is nervous. The master of the world is shaking with stage fright. He strums the lyre. he sings. History is divided on the quality of his voice. Suetonius calls it weak and husky, but others suggest it was passable, perhaps even technically proficient. But the quality does not matter. The applause is mandatory. To ensure the ovation is perfect, Nero creates the Augustiani, a clock of 5,000 young men, mostly sturdy soldiers or knights, trained to applaud in specific rhythmic styles. The buzzing like bees, the hollow clapping like rain on tiles, and the flat clapping. They are the first professional fan club in history. Their leader is a tall, handsome man, and their job is to drown out any silence that might hurt the emperor's feelings. Seneca sits in the audience during these recitals. He watches the Augustiani thunder their approval. He watches the emperor bow, sweat dripping from his brow, his face glowing with a joy he never shows in the Senate. It is a grotesque parody of success. There is a dark humor to be found in the audience's suffering. Attending Nero's recitals becomes a dangerous endurance sport. No one is allowed to leave while the emperor is performing. The gates are locked. Ancient historians tell stories of women giving birth in the stands because they could not exit. Men, bored to the point of desperation, would feign death so they could be carried out by undertakers. It sounds like a joke, but in a world where a yawn could be interpreted as treason, playing dead was a rational survival strategy. Seneca writes little about these specific performances in his letters, perhaps because the shame is too deep to commit to papyrus. But the subtext of his work shifts. He begins to write more about the theater of life, about how we are all actors playing roles assigned by fortune. He is trying to rationalize his own position. He is the stage manager for a tragedy, pretending it is a philosophy lecture. He realizes that Nero has checked out of reality. The emperor is living in a myth where he is Apollo, and Rome is just the backdrop. The governance of the empire is left entirely to Seneca and Burrus. They sign the papers, they move the legions, they keep the grain flowing. They are the invisible parents cleaning up after a child who is playing dress-up with the crown jewels. But the cost of this distraction is high. The dignity of the office is evaporating. The soldiers in the camps hear rumors that their commander-in-chief is singing in a tunic and wearing tragic masks. They grumble. A Roman emperor should be made of iron, not silk. Burrus hears these whispers and worries. He knows that loyalty is based on respect, and it is hard to respect a god who needs a voice coach. As the Ludi Juvenalis come to a close, Nero wipes the grease paint from his face. This was just a rehearsal, he tells his tutors, his eyes shining. Next time, we will perform for the whole city. Seneca feels a cold knot in his stomach. The private garden is no longer enough. The monster wants the main stage, and when he takes it, there will be no hiding the truth from the world. The year is 62 AD, and the air in Rome feels thinner, sharper, as if the oxygen is being slowly siphoned out of the city. We have walked through the golden morning of the rain, endured the stormy noon of the matricide, and watched the strange theatrical afternoon of the artist emperor. Now the sun is beginning to dip toward a horizon that looks bruised and purple. We find ourselves standing outside the barracks of the Praetorian Guard, the Castra Praetoria. Usually this place is a hive of disciplined noise, the clash of training swords, the bark of centurions, the rhythmic stomp of hobnailed boots. But today, the fortress is quiet. The soldiers speak in hushed tones. They glance nervously towards the commander's quarters. Inside, the iron hand of the regime is failing. Sextus Afranius Burrus, the man who has stood like a seawall against the chaotic tides of Nero's impulses for 8 years, is dying. He is in his 60s now, his body worn down by decades of campaigning and the even more exhausting war of palace politics. His throat is swelling, his breath coming in ragged, painful rasps. History calls it a tumor of the throat, perhaps a cancer that has finally come to claim the old soldier. But in Rome, when a powerful man falls ill, the diagnosis is rarely simple. The shadow of the poisoner always lingers in the corners of the room, a phantom doctor with a cure that kills. Ancient historians are divided on the nature of his death, and this debate adds a layer of cold intrigue to the scene. Tacitus, ever the cynic, suggests that Nero, impatient for the old man to exit the stage, sent a physician to swab Burrus's throat with a promised remedy that was, in reality, a potent toxin. It is a chilling image, the emperor pretending to care, sending medicine that burns like fire. Suetonius is even more blunt, stating simply that poison was used. But perhaps the most poignant account comes from the interaction itself. Nero visits the sickbed. He stands over the man who put him on the throne, the man who shielded him from his mother, the man who kept the legions loyal. He asks with a voice that might be feigned or might be fleetingly sincere, "How are you feeling?" Burrus, gasping for air, turns his face to the wall, away from the emperor. He refuses to look at the monster he helped create. He whispers only 2 words, "Ego me bene habeo." I am doing well. It is a final, defiant lie. It is the soldier telling the tyrant that his soul is intact, even if his body is breaking. He is dismissing the emperor. He is resigning from life on his own terms. When Burrus breathes his last, the silence that follows is not just the absence of noise, it is the absence of gravity. For Seneca, the news must have felt like a physical blow. He sits in his library, the scroll falling from his hands. For nearly a decade, they had been the 2 tutors, a double-headed eagle watching over Rome. They were different men, one of words, one of swords, but they were balanced. Burrus provided the muscle that gave Seneca's philosophy weight. Without Burrus, Seneca is just an old man with a pen, standing alone in a room full of wolves. He knows with a terrifying clarity that his shield has just shattered. The balance of power in the palace shifts overnight. The party of restraint is dead. The party of indulgence is now unchecked. Nero does not mourn for long. In fact, he seems relieved. The nagging voice of conscience, the stern father figure who would grumble about military discipline, is gone. To fill the vacancy, Nero does not choose another Burrus. He chooses a man who is the soldier's polar opposite. His name is Aphonius Tigellinus. Remember this name. If Burrus was the stern guardian, Tigellinus is the dark enabler. He is a native of Sicily, a man with a murky past involving adultery with Nero's sisters, and a reputation for cruelty that makes the previous regime look like a nursery school. He is handsome, vicious, and utterly devoid of scruples. He does not want to restrain Nero. He wants to unleash him. He realizes that the way to power is not to tell the emperor no, but to tell him yes. And here is how we can make it bloodier. Alongside him, Nero appoints a colleague, Faenius Rufus, a man who is popular with the mob but weak, a mere figurehead to balance Tigellinus's malice. But everyone knows who is really in charge. The atmosphere in the palace changes immediately. Under Burrus, the Praetorian Guard was a police force. Under Tigellinus, it becomes a private death squad. The soldiers, once loyal to the memory of Germanicus and the discipline of Burrus, are now bribed with gold and license. They are encouraged to spy on senators, to harass the virtuous, to facilitate the emperor's vices. The safety valve theory that Seneca and Burrus had practiced, letting Nero play at night so he would rule during the day, is abandoned. Now, the night has conquered the day. Seneca walks through the corridors, and he feels the eyes of the new regime upon him. The courtiers who once bowed to him now sneer or look away. They know the wind has changed. Tigellinus begins to whisper in Nero's ear. "Why do you still listen to this schoolmaster?" he murmurs. "He treats you like a child. He claims your poems are bad. He claims your driving is reckless. He is jealous of your genius. He hoards wealth that should belong to the state. It is a steady drip of poison, far more effective than the one that might have killed Burrus. It plays on Nero's deepest insecurities." Nero looks at Seneca and sees a judge. He sees a hypocrite. He sees the last tether to a morality he has long since discarded. Seneca is not blind. He sees the sharks circling. He realizes that his vast wealth, the 300 million sesterces, the gardens, the villas, has transformed from a safety net into a target. He knows he is next. In a desperate move to preempt the fall, he requests an audience with Nero. It is a scene of heartbreaking irony. The teacher comes to the student to beg for his freedom. The room is likely the same one where they studied philosophy years ago, but the air is different now. It is cold. Seneca is old, his skin like parchment, his eyes tired. Nero is 24, bloated with indulgence, his face a mask of bored amusement. Seneca speaks. He offers to retire. He offers to give it all back, every coin, every estate, every vineyard. "Take it," he pleads, in the elegant rhetoric he taught the boy to use. "I have enough. I only want a small corner to rest. I want to give my wealth to the one who gave it to me." He tries to frame it as gratitude, but it is clearly a ransom payment for his life. Nero listens, smiling that enigmatic, terrifying smile. He has learned rhetoric well. He answers Seneca with a speech that mocks the philosopher's own teachings. "How would it look," Nero asks smoothly, "if I let my beloved tutor live in poverty while I live in luxury? It would bring shame upon my reign. People would say I am ungrateful. No, Seneca, you must keep your wealth. You must stay by my side. I still need your wisdom." It is a refusal wrapped in a compliment. He is trapping Seneca. He is telling him, "You cannot leave. You belong to me." He hugs and kisses Seneca, a gesture Tacitus describes as by nature prepared to cloak hatred with treacherous embraces. Seneca leaves the audience chamber with his life, but he knows he is a dead man walking. He has been denied the exit. He is forced to remain on the stage, watching the tragedy unfold, knowing that the final act will be his own. The ghost of Burrus stands in the shadows, silent and grim, a reminder that the only way out of Nero's service is in a box. The lights in the palace flicker. The guard changes. The heavy boots of Tigellinus echo on the marble. The era of the philosopher is over. The era of the beast has begun. The doors of the imperial audience chamber close behind Seneca, the heavy thud echoing like a gavel stroke. We are still in the year 62 AD, but the atmosphere has shifted from the tension of the barracks to the suffocation of the golden cage. Seneca walks slowly away from his meeting with Nero. He is still the wealthiest private citizen in Rome. He still holds the title of friend of the prince. But he knows, with the terrifying clarity of a logician, that he is a prisoner. He offered to buy his freedom with his fortune, and the emperor refused the payment. Why? Because a tyrant does not want his victims to leave. He wants them to linger, to squirm, to validate his power by their forced presence. Nero wants Seneca to look complicit. He wants the world to see the great Stoic standing beside him while the atrocities mount, a silent endorsement of the regime. Seneca returns to his estates, but they no longer feel like sanctuaries. They feel like waiting rooms for execution. He begins to dismantle his life from the inside out. He stops attending the morning salutatio, the ritual where clients gather to greet their patron. He pleads ill health, which is not entirely a lie, for the stress is surely manifesting in his aging body, perhaps as asthma or the consumption he often wrote about. He pleads that his studies require solitude. He effectively goes into internal exile. He is in Rome, but not of Rome. During these long, quiet days, Seneca turns inward with a ferocity he has never known before. He writes his Epistulae Morales, the moral letters to Lucilius. These are not just philosophical exercises. They are the diary of a man preparing to die. He writes about the importance of using time well. He writes about the foolishness of fearing death. We die every day, he tells Lucilius. For every day, a little of our life is taken from us. Is he preaching or is he rehearsing? He eats very little. Wild berries, stale bread, water from the stream. He rejects the luxurious wines and the rich sauces of the court. He lives like a monk in a palace, trying to toughen his soul, trying to scrape away the softness that the golden age had deposited on his character. But outside his walls, the emperor is not eating berries. Nero is feasting on a new kind of freedom. With Burrus dead and Seneca sidelined, the last check on his personal life is gone. He turns his eyes to the one obstacle remaining in his bedroom, his wife, Octavia. Octavia is the daughter of Claudius, a symbol of the old legitimacy. The people love her. She is virtuous, quiet, and tragically long-suffering. But Nero hates her. He hates her because she reminds him of his stepfather. He hates her because she is barren. And most of all, he hates her because he wants to marry someone else. Enter Poppaea Sabina. If Acte was the gentle, healing love of his youth, Poppaea is the mature, consuming fire of his adulthood. She is described by Tacitus as having every asset except a good soul. She is beautiful, wealthy, intelligent, and utterly ruthless. She is already married to Otho, Nero's friend and future emperor. But that is a minor detail. She seduces Nero not with the submissive sweetness of Acte, but with challenge. She teases him. She withholds her affection. She tells him he is still a child, ruled by his tutors and his fear of the mob. "Why am I not empress?" she whispers. "Is it because I am not noble enough? Or is it because you are afraid to divorce the daughter of Claudius?" It is the same manipulation Agrippina used, but sharper, sexualized, irresistible. Nero decides he must have her. But to marry Poppaea, he must divorce Octavia. And to divorce Octavia, he needs a reason. He cannot simply say, "I am bored." That would invite a riot. So, the machine of the state, now run by the dark tutor Tigellinus, grinds into gear. They accuse Octavia of adultery. It is a laughable charge, for a woman known for her almost nun-like chastity. They torture her maids to get a confession. One by one, the loyal servants are broken on the rack, but they refuse to lie. One maid, in a moment of defiant bravery that history has preserved, spits in Tigellinus's face, screaming, "The uninjured parts of my mistress's body are cleaner than your mouth." It is a public relations disaster. The mob begins to grumble. They see Octavia as the victim of a foreign harlot, Poppaea, and a corrupt advisor, Tigellinus. But Nero is past caring about the mob. He divorces Octavia on the grounds of barrenness, a legal loophole, and immediately marries Poppaea. The deed is done, but the people do not accept it. Rumors spread that Octavia is being recalled, that Nero has come to his senses. Crowds gather. They climb the Capitoline Hill. They tear down the statues of Poppaea and cover the statues of Octavia with flowers. They cheer for the true wife. Nero panics. He sees the shadow of a revolution. He turns to Poppaea. She is not cowering. She is furious. She throws herself at his knees, weeping not for herself, but for him. They do not want Octavia, she claims. They want a leader they can bully. If you give in now, you are not an emperor. You are a slave to the crowd. She demands a final solution. Divorce is not enough. Exile is not enough. Octavia must die. And so the order is given. Octavia, only 20 years old, is sent to the island of Pondicherry. It is a grim, wind-swept rock, similar to the one where Seneca spent his exile, but Octavia will not have 8 years to write philosophy. A few days after her arrival, the soldiers come. She is terrified. She is not a stoic sage. She is a frightened girl who does not want to die. They bind her. They open her veins. But she is so frozen with terror that the blood does not flow. So they carry her into a superheated steam bath. They suffocate her in the scalding vapor. It is a horrific, brutal end for the last innocent of the Claudian line. Her head is cut off and brought back to Rome. Poppaea asks to see it. Imagine the scene. The beautiful new empress, pregnant with Nero's child, gazing at the severed head of her rival, satisfying herself that the threat is gone. It is a moment of pure, distilled malice. And where is Seneca? He is silent. He is hiding in his library, perhaps reading about how Socrates drank the hemlock with a smile. But Seneca knows he is not Socrates. He did not speak up for Octavia. He did not storm the palace. He stayed alive. The death of Octavia marks the point of no return for the Roman people. They stop seeing Nero as a misguided artist and start seeing him as a butcher. The Golden Age is not just tarnished, it is rusted through. The laughter of the Augustiani feels shrill now. The chariot races feel like distractions from a funeral. And in the shadows of the Senate, men are beginning to whisper. They are not whispering about reform. They are whispering about swords. A conspiracy is taking root, fed by the blood of the innocent. Seneca feels the tremors. He knows the earthquake is coming. He tries to give it all back, the money, the power, the fame. But the transaction is closed. He is stuck in the story until the end. And the end is getting closer. The year is 62 AD, and the corridors of the Palatine Palace have grown colder, though the summer sun beats down on the 7 hills. With Burrus dead and Seneca retreating into the shadows of his library, a new shadow stretches across the marble floors, a shadow cast by a man who does not carry a philosophy scroll, but a list of names. Enter Euphonius Tigellinus. If Seneca was the conscience of the early reign, Tigellinus is its ID. He is a man of humble origins, a native of Sicily who rose through society not by virtue, but by understanding the darkest appetites of the powerful. He began as a breeder of racehorses, a trade that taught him how to handle wild beasts and how to gamble on uncertain outcomes. Now, he has gambled his way to the command of the Praetorian Guard, and his prize is the soul of the emperor. Tigellinus is the anti-Seneca. Where Seneca taught that a ruler must serve the state, Tigellinus teaches that the state exists to serve the ruler. He does not bore Nero with lectures on clemency or the duties of the Stoic sage. Instead, he leans in close during the late-night banquets, pouring wine and whispering that Nero's will is the only law that matters. "You are Caesar," he murmurs, his eyes scanning the room for potential enemies. "To deny your desires is to deny your divinity. Why should you be afraid of the Senate? They are old men in togas. You have the swords." It is a seductive song, and Nero, tired of being told no, listens with a hungry intensity. Under Tigellinus, the Praetorian Guard transforms. It ceases to be the elite police force of Rome and becomes a private death squad, loyal only to the hand that feeds it gold. The discipline of the camp is replaced by the license of the gang. The first order of business for the new regime is to clear the board. Tigellinus plays on Nero's paranoia, pointing out that while the immediate rivals are gone, there are still men of royal blood living in the provinces, men who might dream of the throne. He points a finger at Faustus Cornelius, Sulla Felix, living in exile in Gaul, and Rubellius Plautus, living in Asia. They are quiet men, living harmless lives, effectively retired from history. But to Tigellinus, their very existence is a threat. Distance does not make them safe, he argues. It only makes them harder to watch. Nero nods. The logic of terror is simple. If you can't see them, kill them. Assassins are dispatched. These are not the clumsy attempts of the collapsible boat. These are military operations. The soldiers find Sulla at dinner. They cut him down before he can finish his wine. They find Plautus stripping for a midday exercise. The centurion strikes while the man is defenseless. The heads are severed. They are placed in boxes and carried all the way back to Rome, a grim delivery service across the empire's roads. When the boxes are opened before Nero, the young emperor does not recoil. He laughs. He looks at the head of Plautus and makes a gruesome joke about the man's nose. "I didn't know he had such a big nose," he quips. It is a moment of profound desensitization. The boy who cried over a death warrant now treats human remains as props for a comedy routine. Tigellinus stands by, smiling. He has done his job. He has proven that he can reach anyone, anywhere. With the rivals dead, Tigellinus turns his gaze inward, back to the city, back to the one man who still represents the old way, Seneca. Tigellinus knows he cannot simply kill the philosopher. Seneca is still too famous, too respected by the public. Instead, he begins a campaign of character assassination. He revives the lex majestas, the ancient treason laws that had lain dormant during the Golden Age. Suddenly, a careless word at a dinner party can mean death. Spies are everywhere. The delatores, professional informers, roam the streets, listening for complaints, for jokes, for anything that can be twisted into a crime. They report to Tigellinus, who reports to Nero. The atmosphere in Rome shifts from the open, chaotic joy of the carnival to the hushed, terrified silence of the prison yard. Seneca feels the net tightening. He sees his friends being accused. He sees the informers loitering outside his villa walls. He realizes that his retirement is not a shield. It is merely a waiting period. He tries to make himself invisible. He stops receiving guests entirely. He claims his health is too poor to leave his bedroom. He lives on the simplest foods, fearful that his own cooks might be bribed by Tigellinus. Imagine the great philosopher sitting in his opulent dining room, surrounded by frescoes of myths and gods, eating a crust of dry bread and drinking water from a flask. He filled himself, terrified that the wine in the crystal goblet is laced with hemlock. He is a prisoner of his own survival instinct. Tigellinus mocks him from afar. The pedagogue is hiding, he sneers to Nero. He knows his time is done. But Tigellinus is in no rush. He enjoys the game. He enjoys watching the old men of the Senate sweat. He introduces a new level of extravagance to the court, organizing banquets that are not just lavish, but intentionally depraved, designed to shock the traditional morality that Seneca championed. One famous feast is held on a raft in the middle of a lake, towed by boats rowed by naked youths. The shores are lined with taverns that are actually brothels filled with high-born women forced to prostitute themselves. It is a total inversion of Roman order. It is Tigellinus saying to the world, "We can do anything." Nero is intoxicated by it. He feels invincible. He has the love of the mob, the sword of Tigellinus, and the silence of the Senate. He believes he has finally achieved the freedom he dreamed of. But he does not see what Seneca sees from his lonely window. He does not see that terror produces silence, but it does not produce loyalty. He does not see that, by empowering a man like Tigellinus, he has made himself dependent on a monster who has no loyalty to anything but his own ambition. The dark tutor has risen, and his shadow is long. It covers the 7 hills, and in the darkness, the sparks are beginning to fly, sparks that will soon find a pile of dry tinder near the Circus Maximus. We drift away from the stifling heat of the Roman summer, out across the Tyrrhenian Sea, to a lonely speck of rock that rises from the waves like a tombstone. This is Pondicherry. It is a place of exile, a prison without bars where the ocean itself is the warden. The year is 62 AD. On this island, a young woman stands on a cliff edge, looking back toward the mainland she will never see again. Her name is Octavia. She is 22 years old, the daughter of the Emperor Claudius, the rightful Empress of Rome, and the most tragic figure in this bloody dynasty. While Rome bustles with the noise of the games and the intrigues of Tigellinus, here there is only the cry of the gulls and the relentless crashing of the surf. To understand the depth of Rome's grief, we must witness the end of its innocence. Octavia was not just a political pawn. To the people, she was a symbol of the old virtues: modesty, duty, endurance. She had survived the murder of her father, the murder of her brother Britannicus, and years of a loveless, terrifying marriage to Nero. She had borne it all with a silent dignity that won the hearts of the mob. But silence was not enough for Poppaea. The new empress needed the old one erased. And so the soldiers came. We are inside the small, damp villa assigned to her. It is a stark contrast to the golden house being planned in Rome. Octavia is terrified. Ancient historians tell us she did not go gently. She was not a stoic philosopher who had spent a lifetime preparing for death. She was a young girl who wanted to live. When the centurion arrives with the order, she pleads. She cries out that she is no longer the emperor's wife, only his sister. A desperate attempt to invoke a blood taboo to save herself. She appeals to the Germanicus name. She appeals to the gods. But the soldiers of Tigellinus do not listen to prayers. They seize her. The struggle is messy, human, and heartbreaking. They bind her wrists, the rough rope cutting into skin that has known only silk. They open her veins in 4 places. But Octavia is so paralyzed by fear, her blood pressure so low from terror, that the blood refuses to flow fast enough. The death is slow. It is agonizing. To hasten the end, the soldiers carry her into the bathhouse. They heat the room to a suffocating temperature. Steam fills the air, thick and white, blinding and scalding. Octavia is suffocated in the vapor, her breath catching in her throat, her life evaporating with the steam. It is a brutal, industrial execution, devoid of any honor. Once she is still, the final indignity is performed. The centurion draws his knife and severs her head. It is placed in a bag to be carried back to Rome, a gruesome trophy for the woman who demanded it. When the head arrives in the capital, the reaction is not the applause Nero expected. It is a collective gasp of horror. The people of Rome have tolerated Nero's extravagances, his singing, even his matricide, which was spun as self-defense. But this is the murder of a girl everyone knew was innocent. It is a step too far. The tears for the innocent wife are real. In the Subura, in the markets, people weep openly. They wear dark colors. For a brief moment, the fear of Tigellinus is outweighed by the sheer weight of sorrow. There are whispers of a riot. Statues of Poppaea are pulled down in the night, dragged through the mud. Statues of Octavia are adorned with flowers, treated like shrines to a martyred saint. Nero is shaken. He stands on the balcony of the palace, listening to the sullen silence of the city. He expects jeering. He gets a sullen, resentment-filled quiet. He realizes that he has broken something fundamental in the social contract. He has lost the love of the crowd, and without the love of the crowd, he is just a tyrant on a hill. To cover the stain, he doubles down on the celebration. He orders sacrifices to the gods to thank them for the discovery of Octavia's conspiracy. It is a grotesque inversion of reality that nauseates even the most cynical senators. They attend the sacrifices, they bow, they smile, but their eyes are dead. And Seneca? The philosopher is in his villa, miles away from the steam bath and the severed head, but the news reaches him. It must have felt like a physical weight, crushing the last remnants of his hope. He had known Octavia since she was a child. He had been her tutor's colleague. He had failed to protect her. In his moral letters from this time, the tone becomes increasingly detached, almost desperate in its focus on the inner fortress. He writes about how a wise man is untouched by the wickedness of others. The good man is free, even if he is in chains, he insists. But does he believe it? Can he really claim that his soul is free when his silence helped pave the road to the steam bath? The tragedy is compounded by a bitter irony. Shortly after Octavia's death, Poppaea gives birth to a daughter, Claudia Augusta. Nero is ecstatic. He has an heir. The Senate votes for games, for temples, for a golden statue of fortune. The city is forced to celebrate the child of the woman who killed their beloved Octavia. But the gods, it seems, are not mocked. 4 months later, the baby dies. Nero is inconsolable. He rages, he weeps, he forces the Senate to deify the infant. The emotional whiplash, from the murder of a wife to the birth of a child to the death of a child, leaves the city exhausted. The atmosphere in Rome becomes feverish, brittle. The summer of 62 AD bleeds into 63 and 64, and the heat seems to intensify. The air is dry. The timber of the insulae is parched. The city feels like a pile of kindling waiting for a spark. And in the palace, the emperor is increasingly unstable, oscillating between manic artistic ambition and paranoid cruelty. The stage is set for the inferno. The innocent are dead, the wise are silent, and the fire is coming. The date is July 18th, 64 AD. The summer has been merciless. A relentless sun has baked the 7 hills of Rome into a dusty, brittle brown, and even now, deep in the night, the stones radiate the day's heat like a dying oven. The air is still, heavy with the humidity drifting off the Tiber, but there is a strange, restless energy in the wind that begins to pick up from the southeast. We are standing in the valley between the Palatine and Aventine hills, in the shadow of the colossal Circus Maximus. By day, this is the loudest place on earth, a canyon of cheering for the chariot races. But tonight, it is silent. The wooden bleachers are empty. The sand of the track is smooth. The only life is found in the arcade of shops that line the outer rim of the stadium, the tabernae. These are small, cramped structures, shuttered tight against the dark. They are warehouses of the flammable. Jars of olive oil from Spain, stacks of papyrus from Egypt, bales of linen, and pitch for sealing roofs. They are effectively kindling, waiting for a spark. The spark comes just before dawn. History does not record whose hand dropped the lamp, or if it was a coal falling from a brazier, or perhaps, as the darker rumors would later whisper, a torch thrown by a man following orders. We only know that a flame catches in one of the shops at the curved end of the circus. At first, it is small, just a flicker of orange in the deep blue of the pre-dawn gloom. A night watchman, one of the vigils, might have smelled it first. The scent of burning wood, sharper and more acrid than the usual cooking smoke. He might have turned a corner, expecting to scold a baker for starting his ovens too early, only to find a wall of fire climbing the timber frame of a shop. In a modern city, a fire is an emergency. In ancient Rome, it is a catastrophe. The city is a labyrinth of narrow, winding streets, some no wider than a cart. The apartment blocks, the insulae, rise 6 or 7 stories high, built of timber and mud brick, leaning toward each other across the alleys like gossiping giants. They share walls, beams, and roofs. Fire does not need to jump here. It can simply walk from one building to the next. The fire in the shop finds the olive oil. The flames roar to life, changing from a flicker to an explosion of heat. The temperature spikes, the wood groans and snaps. The fire climbs the bleachers of the Circus Maximus, finding the dry, seasoned timber of the seating. Within minutes, the stadium is no longer a sports arena. It is a chimney. The wind, funneling through the valley, grabs the sparks and flings them upward, scattering them like malevolent seeds onto the roofs of the nearby tenements. Sleepers wake to the sound of crackling, a sound like dry leaves being crushed, but louder, angrier. Then comes the smoke. It is thick, black, and oily. Panic begins to ripple through the neighborhood. Doors burst open. Families stumble out into the dark streets, clutching babies, statues of household gods, and bags of silver. The cries of "Fire! Ignis!" echo off the stone walls. But the streets are too narrow. The crowd clogs the arteries of the city. Carts get stuck. People are trampled. The confusion is total. Is it an invasion? Is it the gods? No one knows. They only know that the air is becoming unbreathable. Scholars have long debated the origin of this inferno. The Roman historian Tacitus, who was a boy of 9 when the fire struck, reports that no one dared to fight the flames. He writes of terrifying men who roamed the streets, forbidding citizens from extinguishing the fire, claiming they had orders. Were these men agents of Nero, clearing the land for his new palace? Or were they simply looters, taking advantage of the chaos, using orders as a cover to steal gold while the owners fled? It is a detail that adds a layer of human malice to the elemental destruction. The vigils, Rome's fire brigade, arrive with their buckets of vinegar and water pumps, but they are overwhelmed. Their equipment is designed for a room fire, not a city fire. They are like children trying to hold back the tide with spoons. And where is the emperor? This is where the myth meets the reality. The image of Nero standing on a balcony, fiddling while Rome burns, is perhaps the most famous image in Roman history. But it is almost certainly false. When the first smoke curled over the Palatine, Nero was 35 miles away at his seaside villa in Antium. He was likely asleep, or perhaps composing poetry by the cool ocean breeze, completely unaware that his capital was dissolving into ash. He was not celebrating the destruction. He was absent from it. The fiddle, or rather, the violin, would not be invented for another 1500 years. If he played anything, it would have been the cithara. But the persistence of the myth tells us something true about the feeling of the time. The people felt abandoned. They felt that the disaster was so total, so unnatural, that it must have been willed by a madman. Back in Rome, the sun rises, but the day remains dark. The smoke has blotted out the sky. The fire has jumped the valley and is now climbing the Palatine Hill, licking at the edges of the imperial palaces. It is moving fast, driven by the wind, consuming the wooden shacks of the poor and the marble villas of the rich with equal appetite. The Temple of Luna, built by the ancient kings, gone. The great altar of Hercules, gone. The history of Rome is being erased in real time. The heat is so intense that lead pipes melt in the walls, dripping like silver rain. Stone explodes. The noise is deafening, a continuous roar that drowns out the screams. Seneca is likely at his country estate just outside the city. He would have seen the plume of smoke rising like a black mushroom cloud on the horizon. He would have smelled the destruction on the wind. For a Stoic who preached about the impermanence of material things, this was the ultimate test. He had written, "Fortune gives us nothing which we can really own." Now, Fortune was taking it all back. Did he worry for his library, for his friends? Or did he watch with a resigned detachment, seeing the fire as a natural purge, a reminder that cities, like men, are mortal? In the streets near the circus, the panic turns into a strange, desperate fatalism. Some people, realizing they are trapped by the flames, throw themselves back into their burning homes, choosing a quick end over the suffocation of the smoke. Others stand frozen, watching the destruction of their livelihoods. The fire creates its own weather system. The rising heat sucks in oxygen, creating wind tunnels that whip the flames into fire tornadoes. It is an apocalyptic scene. The gods seem to have fled. There is a grim irony to be found here, if one looks closely. The Circus Maximus, the place where Romans went to be entertained by violence and danger, has become the source of the greatest danger of all. The spectators have become the participants. the chariot races are replaced by a race for survival. And as the fire spreads north, eating its way through the Forum Boreum and toward the capital, the rumors begin to fly faster than the sparks. "The Emperor did this," a man shouts, coughing into his tunic. "He wants to rebuild the city." "No," another cries. "It is the Christians, the haters of mankind." Fear needs a target. The fire is too abstract an enemy. The mob needs a face to blame. As the first day of the fire drags on, the devastation is absolute. The fire brigades give up on saving the buildings near the source and try to create fire breaks by demolishing houses in the fire's path. The sound of crashing timber joins the roar of the flames. It looks like war. It looks like the end of the world. And in a way, it is. The old Rome, the Rome of narrow, crooked alleys and wooden charm, is gone. What will rise from the ashes remains to be seen. But first, the fire must feed. It has 6 days of hunger to satisfy, and the Emperor is rushing back from the coast, his chariot wheels spinning, racing toward a destiny that will define him forever. The smoke hangs low over the 7 hills, a shroud for the dying city. The sun sets on the second day, but darkness never truly comes to Rome. The sky is a bruised, pulsating wall of orange and black, illuminated by the combustion of 1,000,000 lives. We are entering the heart of the inferno now, the 6 long days that wiped the map clean. Nero races back from Antium, his chariot clattering over the stone roads, the smell of burning pine reaching him miles before he sees the city walls. When he finally crests the hill and looks down at his capital, he does not see a city. He sees a furnace. The fire has created its own geography. Landmarks are gone. The Palatine is a torch. The Forum is a lake of fire. The screams of the dying have been replaced by a low, constant roar, the sound of the earth itself groaning under the heat. Nero does not pull out a fiddle. He does not laugh. History, in its quieter moments, records that he threw himself into the relief effort with a frantic, desperate energy. He is not the monster here. He is the Emperor. He opens the Campus Martius, the vast open field of Mars, to the refugees. He throws open the doors of his own private gardens, the very places he built for his exclusion, and allows the filthy, soot-covered mob to camp on his manicured lawns. He orders temporary structures to be built overnight to shelter the homeless. He slashes the price of grain to 3 sesterces, effectively feeding the city from his own pocket. For a brief, flickering moment, the father of the country returns. He is seen running through the smoke, shouting orders, his face smeared with ash, trying to save the unthinkable. But memory is a cruel editor. While Nero works, the rumor mill grinds on. It is said that on the 3rd night, overwhelmed by the visual majesty of the destruction, Nero retreated to a high tower in the gardens of Messinas. He looked out at the sea of flames consuming everything he knew. And there, the artist overtook the ruler. He put on his tragic costume, he picked up his lyre, and he began to sing the Sack of Troy. Did this happen? Tacitus calls it a rumor. Suetonius states it as fact. Modern historians argue that if he did sing, it was not out of mockery, but out of a need to process the horror. Nero's mind worked through metaphor. To him, the burning of Rome was not just a fire. It was the fall of Troy happening again. He was trying to frame the tragedy in the only language he understood, art. But to the refugees huddled below, watching a figure in theatrical robes singing on a tower while their children burned. It looked like madness. It looked like he was enjoying the show. The image seared itself into the collective consciousness, deeper than the fire itself. He was no longer the savior giving out grain. He was the Antichrist, chanting a dirge over the grave of his people. The fire rages for 6 days and 7 nights. It consumes the temple of Jupiter Stator. It melts the ancient bronze tablets that held the laws of the Republic. It erases the house of the Vestal Virgins. It is a cultural lobotomy. The physical connection to the past, to Romulus, to Scipio, to Augustus, is being severed. Seneca, watching from the safety of his suburban villa, must have felt a profound philosophical despair. The Stoics believed in the ekpyrosis, the periodic destruction of the world by fire, followed by a rebirth. But seeing it is different from reading about it. Seneca sees the libraries burning. He sees the wisdom of centuries curling into ash. He realizes that civilization is just a thin coat of paint on a very flammable house. On the 6th day, the fire seems to die down. The wind shifts, the fuel runs out. A collective sigh of relief shudders through the survivors huddled in the Campus Martius. But then, a new horror begins. A second fire breaks out. It does not start in the slums. It starts in the upscale Aemilian district, specifically and suspiciously on the estate of Tigellinus, the Praetorian prefect. This is the smoking gun. The people can forgive an accident in an oil shop. They cannot forgive a fresh fire in the house of the emperor's henchmen. The mood shifts from sorrow to murderous rage. They believe Nero is doing this on purpose. They believe he wants to clear the land to build a new palace. He hates the narrow streets, they whisper. He wants a city worthy of his name. When the smoke finally clears on the 9th day, the devastation is total. Of the 14 districts of Rome, only 4 remain intact. 3 are leveled to the ground. 7 are reduced to smoking ruins of shattered walls. The city is a corpse. The smell is unbearable, a mix of charred wood, stagnant water, and death. Bodies are piled in the streets. Looters roam the ruins, stripping gold rings from the fingers of the dead. It is a landscape of hell. Nero walks through the ruins. He wears a dark cloak. He covers his nose against the stench. He looks at the space where the crowded, ugly, vibrant heart of Rome used to be. And here, the historian must pause and ask a dangerous question. Was he secretly pleased? He sees a blank canvas. He sees a chance to build the Neropolis he always dreamed of. He does not see the tragedy. He sees the real estate. He turns to his architects, Severus and Sella, men of immense vision and no moral qualms. "We will rebuild," Nero says, his voice thick with the smoke, "but not as it was. We will build it better. Wider streets, stone porches, colonnades to protect from the sun." It sounds like urban planning. It sounds benevolent. But then he adds the condition. "And here," he says, gesturing to a massive swath of land that cuts through the heart of the city, encompassing the Palatine, the Esquiline, and the valley between. "Here I will build a house worthy of a human being." He does not mean a house for the people. He means a house for himself. He claims a third of the city for his private residence. The Golden House is conceived in the ashes of the poor. Seneca hears of the plans. He hears the cost, millions of sesterces, stripping the provinces of their wealth, melting down the statues of gods to pay for the marble. He shakes his head. He knows what this means. The fire has burned away the last restraints. Nero is no longer governing a republic. He is occupying a conquered city. The philosopher retreats further into his studies, writing about the simplicity of nature, while outside his window, the emperor prepares to turn Rome into a monument to his own ego. The red skies have faded to grey, but the danger has not passed. The fire was just the clearing of the stage. Now, the construction of the nightmare begins. The smoke finally clears, leaving a scar of black ash across the heart of the world. But Nero does not see a scar. He sees a canvas. The year is 65 AD, and the sound of weeping in the streets has been replaced by the rhythmic clanging of chisels and the groaning of cranes. Rome is being rebuilt, but it is not being rebuilt for the Romans. It is being rebuilt for one man. We are witnessing the construction of the Domus Aurea, the Golden House. It is the most audacious, arrogant, and technically brilliant architectural project in the history of the ancient world. It is a palace that swallows the city. Imagine standing on the Oppian Hill, looking down into the valley where the Colosseum stands today. In 65 AD, there is no Colosseum. There is a lake, a vast artificial lake fed by aqueducts, shimmering like a mirror in the center of the city. Around it, Nero has not built merely a house. He has built a countryside. He has imported woods, vineyards, pastures, and herds of domestic and wild animals to graze in the very center of the capital. He has created a pastoral fantasy, a rus in urbe, country in the city, where the smoke and noise of the mob are banished by the singing of birds and the rustling of leaves. It is a breathtaking feat of engineering. It is also a breathtaking act of theft. To build this paradise, Nero has seized the land of thousands of citizens displaced by the fire. He has treated the disaster not as a tragedy to be mourned, but as an eviction notice to be enforced. The palace itself stretches like a golden snake across the Palatine, Esquiline, and Caelian hills. Its walls are overlaid with gold leaf, hence the name, and studded with precious stones and mother of pearl. The ceilings are paneled in ivory, with sliding panels that can shower the guests with flowers or spray them with perfume. We walk through the corridors, our footsteps echoing on floors of marble shipped from every corner of the known world. Yellow from Numidia, purple from Phrygia, green from Sparta. It is a manifesto of empire written in stone. It says, "I own it all." At the center of this complex stands the Coenatio Rotunda, the rotating dining room. Archaeologists have only recently uncovered the foundations of this mechanism, confirming what ancient historians wrote with disbelief. It is a circular room that revolves slowly, day and night, mimicking the motion of the heavens. Guests dine while the world turns around them. It is the ultimate expression of Nero's delusion. He is not just a king. He is the sun, the center of the universe, the axis upon which the world spins. And then there is the statue. Standing in the vestibule of the palace is the Colossus Neronis. It is a bronze giant, rising 120 feet into the air, taller than the Statue of Liberty if you exclude her pedestal. The face is Nero's, but the body is that of the sun god, Sol. It dominates the skyline. It stares out over the ruins of the city with a blank, metallic gaze. When the sun hits it, the statue burns with a blinding light, visible for miles. It is a terrifying sentinel. It reminds every citizen, every slave, every senator that they are living in Nero's shadow. Seneca visits the construction site. He cannot avoid it. It consumes the city. The philosopher who preaches that a man needs only a simple roof to keep out the rain, walks through halls designed to hold 1,000 guests. He sees the excess, and it nauseates him. He writes in his letters about the madness of luxury. They pile stone on stone, he complains, and dig out mountains to make caverns, and they are not happy. He sees the golden house not as a triumph, but as a prison of desire. A thatched roof once covered free men, he writes. Under marble and gold dwells slavery. He knows that this beauty is bought with blood to pay for the gold leaf and the ivory. Nero has sent commissioners to the provinces to strip the temples of their treasures. He is looting the gods to build a house for himself. The people of Rome, known for their sharp, cynical wit, even in the face of disaster, begin to whisper. Graffiti appears on the walls of the few remaining houses. A famous epigram circulates. Rome is becoming a house. Migrate to Veii, citizens, unless the house extends to Veii too. It is a joke, but it is a dangerous one. It captures the feeling of displacement. The Romans feel like squatters in their own city. They are being pushed to the margins, crowded into the few remaining districts, while the emperor plays farmer in a private park the size of Central Park. Nero, however, is oblivious to the resentment. When the palace is finally inaugurated, he walks through the glittering halls, inspecting the fountains, the frescoes of birds and beasts, the gold that covers every surface. He turns to his architects, Severus and Celer, and delivers a line that sums up his entire reign. He does not thank the gods. He does not thank the workers. He simply says, "Good. At last, I can begin to live like a human being." Like a human being. To Nero, humanity is defined by infinite capacity. To be human is to have no limits. To be human is to bend nature to your will. It is a chilling redefining of the word. To the thousands of Romans starving in the streets outside his gates, it is an insult that cuts deeper than the lash. But the Golden House is more than just a palace. It is a trap. The vast expense of its construction drains the treasury. The empire is bleeding money. The soldiers on the frontiers are not being paid on time. The governors in Gaul and Spain are being squeezed for more taxes. The golden age is over. The age of extraction has begun. Nero is eating his own tail. He is selling the stability of the future to pay for the pleasure of the present. Seneca retreats further. He senses that the domus aurea is the tipping point. The hubris is too great. The gods, or the laws of economics, will strike back. He spends his days in his villa, writing about the preparation for death. He knows that a man who builds a house this big is trying to hide from something. Nero is trying to fill the void where his conscience used to be with marble and gold. But the void is infinite. The rotating ceiling turns, the perfume sprays, the music plays. But the ghosts of Agrippina and Octavia still wander the halls. And outside the golden gates, the mood is shifting from despair to anger. The people are looking for someone to blame for the fire. They are looking at the golden house, and they are doing the math. He burned our homes to build his own. Nero feels the hate radiating from the city. He knows he needs a distraction. He needs a scapegoat. A group of people who are already hated, who are secretive, who talk of a coming kingdom of fire. He turns his gaze toward a small, obscure sect of religious zealots living in the Trans-Tiber district. They call themselves Christians. And in the shadow of the Golden House, the emperor decides to light a different kind of fire. The sun sets over the Tiber, but across the river, in the private gardens of the Vatican Valley, the lights are just coming on. We are entering the darkest chapter of Nero's reign, a moment where the boundary between justice and madness dissolves completely. The year is still 64 AD. The ashes of the Great Fire have cooled, but the anger of the populace has not. The rumors that Nero burned the city to clear space for his golden house are becoming a roar. Graffiti on the charred walls calls him an arsonist. The mob is restless, and a restless mob is a dangerous animal. Nero knows he needs a victim. He needs a group so despised, so misunderstood, that the people will cheer their destruction and forget his own crimes. He looks at the margins of Roman society and finds the perfect scapegoat, the Christians. In 64 AD, Christians are not a powerful church. They are a small, shadowy sect, mostly comprised of slaves, freedmen, and foreigners living in the Trastevere district. To the average Roman, they are terrified and confusing. They meet in secret before dawn. They refuse to sacrifice to the emperor. They speak of a king who is not Caesar. They talk of eating flesh and drinking blood, a ritual the Romans misunderstand as cannibalism. And worst of all, they preach that the world will end in fire. To a city that has just burned down, this apocalyptic rhetoric sounds like a confession. Tacitus, the great historian who records these events, does not like Christians. He calls their faith a mischievous superstition. But even he admits that they were arrested not because they started the fire, but because of their hatred of mankind. It is a charge that reveals more about Roman paranoia than Christian guilt. Nero does not simply execute them. That would be boring. He is an artist, remember. He decides to turn their execution into a spectacle, a piece of theater performed in his gardens. He invites the public. The gates of the Vatican estate are thrown open. The crowds wander in, walking along the gravel paths lined with cypress trees. But tonight, the paths are not lit by oil lamps. They are lit by people. This is the image that has haunted history for 2 millennia. Nero orders the Christians to be wrapped in tunics of pain, shirts stiffened with wax and pitch. They are tied to high poles driven into the ground. As the twilight fades to black, the torches are applied. The victims become living lamps. The light they cast is flickering and grotesque, illuminating the garden parties, the strolling couples, and the emperor himself. It is a scene of such nightmarish cruelty that it feels like fiction. But the sources are grimly consistent. Nero is mixing the highest forms of Roman leisure, the garden walk, the chariot race, with the lowest form of brutality. But the horror does not stop at the lights. In the center of the garden, Nero sets up a circus. He releases wild dogs. Christians, sewn into the skins of wild beasts, are thrown into the arena to be torn apart. It is a perversion of the hunt. The emperor moves through the crowd, dressed not in his purple toga, but in the outfit of a charioteer. He mixes with the common people. He laughs. He points out the justice being done. He wants the people to see him as their protector, purging the city of these arsonists. He wants to be the hero. But something unexpected happens. The Roman mob, hardened by years of gladiatorial combat, usually enjoys a good execution. They are used to blood, but this is too much. Tacitus writes that compassion began to arise. The punishment exceeds the crime. The people look at the burning figures, at the women and children thrown to the dogs, and they do not see justice. They see sadism. They see a man who is enjoying the suffering of others a little too much. The wind shifts again. Instead of deflecting the blame, Nero has only highlighted his own cruelty. The whispers change. These people are innocent, the crowd murmurs. They are dying to satisfy one man's cruelty, not for the public good. And where is Seneca while the gardens burn? He is likely in his villa, far from the screams, but he cannot escape the news. There is a fascinating scholarly footnote here. For centuries, a collection of letters circulated claiming to be a correspondence between Seneca and St. Paul. In these letters, the philosopher and the apostle discuss virtue and the state of the soul. We know now that these letters are forgeries created by later Christians who wanted to claim the great Stoic as one of their own. But the fact that the forgery exists tells us something profound. People wanted them to be friends. They saw a kinship between the Stoic, who preached the brotherhood of man, and the apostle, who preached the love of God. Did they ever meet? It is unlikely. But it is possible that Seneca heard the name of Paul, or at least knew of this strange sect that faced death with a calm that rivaled the greatest Stoic sages. Seneca writes in his genuine letters about the spectacle of death. To kill a man is not a spectacle, he insists. It is a crime. He condemns the arena. He condemns the bloodlust. But his voice is just ink on papyrus now. It cannot stop the emperor. The lights in the Vatican gardens eventually burn out, leaving charred stakes and a smell that will linger over the Tiber for days. The Christians are dead, but the Christiani sect does not die. Paradoxically, Nero's persecution gives them a narrative of martyrdom that will fuel their growth for centuries. By trying to extinguish them, he pours oil on their fire. As the crowds file out of the gardens, silent and shaken, Nero retires to his palace, convinced he has done a good job. He has entertained the people. He has punished the arsonists. He washes the soot from his hands. But he has miscalculated the human heart. There is a limit to what people will tolerate, even from a god. He has shown them the face of a monster, and once seen, it cannot be unseen. The ghosts of the Vatican gardens join the ghosts of Agrippina, Britannicus, and Octavia. The army of the dead is growing, and soon the living will begin to march. In the shadows of the city, away from the spies of Tigellinus, the senators are meeting. They are not talking about philosophy anymore. They are not talking about tax reform. They are checking the sharpness of their daggers. A conspiracy is forming, and this time, it includes the very men Nero trusts to guard his life. The Pisonian conspiracy is born not of ambition, but of revulsion. The fire may be out, but the heat in Rome is rising again. The ashes of the Vatican gardens are swept away, but the soot remains in the lungs of Rome. We are moving into the year 65 AD. The atmosphere in the capital has shifted from terror to a grim, steely resolve. The time for weeping is over. The time for knives has begun. We are entering the shadowy world of the Pisonian conspiracy, the most significant threat to Nero's life yet. It is not a plot born in a barracks or a back alley, but in the marble villas of the aristocracy. It is a conspiracy of the disillusioned. The men gathering in the darkened porticos are not revolutionaries seeking to overthrow the system. They are Roman traditionalists seeking to save it from a man they now view as a grotesque parody of an emperor. The figurehead of this movement is Gaius Calpurnius Piso. He is everything Nero is not: tall, handsome in a classical way, generous to a fault, and possessed of an easy aristocratic charm that makes men want to follow him. He is a descendant of the great noble families of the Republic. He plays the lyre too, but he does it with dignity in private, not on a public stage while covered in grease paint. To the Senate, Piso looks like the cure. He is the safe choice, a man who will restore the old manners, and more importantly, stop the arbitrary executions. But historians note a fatal flaw in Piso. He lacks the killer instinct. He enjoys the idea of being emperor more than the bloody work of becoming one. He is the golden statue around which the conspirators rally. But he is not the steel that will strike the blow. The true energy of the plot comes from a diverse and dangerous mix of men. It is a testament to how universally Nero is loathed that the conspiracy unites sworn enemies. There are senators who hate Nero for eroding their power. There are knights who hate him for his taxes. But most dangerously, there are soldiers. Phoenius Rufus, the joint prefect of the Praetorian Guard, alongside the hated Tigellinus, has joined the plot. He is tired of being the junior partner to a sadist. Then there is Subrius Flavus, a tribune of the guard, a man of immense physical courage who simply despises Nero for his cowardice. "I hate you," he will later tell Nero to his face, "because you are a charioteer, an actor, and an incendiary." For Flavus, it is personal. A soldier does not salute a singer. And then there is the poet, Marcus Annaeus Lucanus, known to history as Lucan. He is Seneca's nephew, a brilliant young prodigy who was once Nero's close friend. They wrote poetry together. They feasted together. But artistic jealousy is a potent venom. When Lucan's talent began to outshine Nero's, the emperor banned him from reciting his work in public. Lucan, silenced and humiliated, turned his pen into a sword. He joined the conspiracy not just to save the state, but to avenge his art. He brings a fiery, emotional intensity to the group, reciting verses about tyranny and liberty that stir the blood of the older, more cautious men. The plotters meet in secret, often at Piso's villa or in the gardens of the conspirator Scavinus. Imagine the tension in these rooms. The lamps are turned low, slaves are dismissed, or only the most trusted ones remain, their tongues heavily bribed. They whisper about the plan. There are many ideas. Subrius Flavus, the soldier, wants to attack Nero while he sings on stage, or perhaps while he runs through his burning palace. He wants a dramatic public death, a tyrannicide in the style of Brutus. But the others are cautious. They decide on the games of Ceres in April. Nero will be at the Circus Maximus. He loves the races. He will be accessible. The plan is simple. As Nero leaves his box, a senator named Plautius Lateranus, a man of large stature, will approach him, pretending to beg for a favor. He will grab the emperor, pinning him down. Then, the others will rush in with daggers hidden in their togas. It is a reenactment of the Ides of March, updated for the age of the spectacle. But where is Seneca in this web of whispers? This is one of the great historical mysteries. Tacitus tells us that Seneca was not present at the meetings, but he was almost certainly aware of them. How could he not be? His nephew Lucan is a ringleader. His old friends are involved. There is even a rumor, likely false but persistent, that the military conspirators plan to bypass Piso entirely and make Seneca the emperor. They respected his wisdom. They trusted his virtue. Imagine the irony. The Stoic philosopher who preaches against worldly power being plotted onto the throne by men with bloody hands. Seneca stays in his villa, pleading ill health. He eats his wild berries. He reads his books. But he must feel the vibration of the coming earthquake. He walks a razor's edge. If he reports the plot, he condemns his own family, Lucan, to death. If he stays silent, he is complicit in treason. He chooses silence, perhaps hoping that the violence will pass him by, or perhaps believing that Nero's death is a necessity he cannot enact, but will not prevent. It is a passive approval, a sin of omission that will cost him everything. The conspiracy swells. It grows to include over 40 leading men of Rome. And this is its weakness. A secret shared by 40 men is not a secret. It is a rumor waiting to happen. The conspirators delay. They hesitate. Piso wants to wait for the perfect moment. Flavius wants to strike now. They argue. They dither. They trust too many people. The tension becomes unbearable. One conspirator, Scaevenus, the man who is to strike the first blow, begins to act strangely. The day before the planned attack, he liberates his slaves. He gives them gifts. He orders his freedman, Milicus, to sharpen his favorite dagger, a blade he took from a temple, and to prepare bandages for wounds. It is a foolish, melodramatic mistake. Scaevenus is practically broadcasting his intent. Milicus, the freedman, watches his master sharpening the knife. He sees the panic in Scaevenus's eyes. He does the math. If the plot succeeds, he might get a reward. If the plot fails and he is found to be silent, he will be tortured to death. But if he betrays the plot now, he will be rich. The loyalty of a servant to a master is strong, but the fear of Tigellinus is stronger. As the sun rises on the morning of the planned assassination, Milicus slips out of the house. He does not go to the market. He goes to the Servilian gardens, where Nero is staying. He demands to see the emperor's secretary. He claims he has information that concerns the life of Caesar. The gates open. The heavy doors swing shut behind him. The domino has been tipped. Back in the city, the conspirators are putting on their togas. They are checking their daggers. They are sweating. They believe that by sunset, Rome will be free. They do not know that the race is already over. They do not know that the mechanism of the state, oiled by Tigellinus and fueled by paranoia, is spinning up to crush them. The tragedy of the Pisonian conspiracy is not that it failed, but that it came so close. It was ruined not by bad luck, but by human frailty, by a poet's ego, a nobleman's hesitation, and a servant's fear. Seneca sits in his garden, perhaps watching the birds, perhaps writing a final letter to Lucilius about the nature of fate. Fate leads the willing, he wrote, and drags the unwilling. He does not yet know that the dragnet has been cast, but he knows Nero, and he knows that when the beast is wounded, it does not retreat. It bites. The storm is about to break, and this time there will be no shelter. The heavy bronze doors of the Servilian gardens slam shut, sealing the fate of the Roman aristocracy. Inside the cool shadowed reception room, the freedman Milicus stands before the emperor. He is trembling, not with the noble fear of a man facing death, but with the greedy anticipation of a man about to become very rich. He spills everything. He tells Nero about the dagger his master Scaevenus ordered him to sharpen. He tells him about the lavish breakfast, the freeing of the slaves, the sudden demand for bandages. He paints a picture of a man preparing for battle. Nero listens, his face draining of color. Beside him, Tigellinus smiles. This is the moment he has been waiting for. The paranoia was justified. The monsters are real. Soldiers are dispatched immediately. They drag the senator Scythinus from his home. He is brought before the emperor, indignant, blustering, wrapped in the haughty dignity of his class. When confronted with the evidence of the dagger, Scaevenus attempts a bluff that is almost admirable in its audacity. It is an ancient family heirloom, he claims, his voice steady. I sharpen it often as a matter of religious observance. The bandages, I suffer from nosebleeds. It is a performance worthy of the stage Nero loves so much. For a moment, it seems he might talk his way out of it. The evidence is circumstantial. Nero wavers, but then the torture begins. They bring in another conspirator, a man named Antonius Natalis, who had been seen whispering with Scaevenus earlier that day. They do not put him in a chair. They put him on the rack. The sight of the fire, the whips, and the grim professionalism of Tigellinus's executioners breaks him instantly. There is no stoic resolve here. Natalis is a soft man, accustomed to soft cushions. He screams. And to stop the pain, he gives them what they want. He names names. He names Piso. He names the tribunes. And then, in a desperate bid to buy his life with the biggest coin he has, he names Seneca. This is the turning point. Natalis claims that he was sent to visit Seneca during his illness, and that the philosopher had said, "My own well-being depends on Piso's safety." It is a thin accusation. It sounds like the polite pleasantry of a sick man. But to Nero, it is the smoking gun. It confirms his deepest fear, that the moral authority of his reign has turned against him. The teacher has sanctioned the murder of the student. The dominoes fall with terrifying speed. Scaevenus, seeing that Natalis has talked, realizes the game is up. He too begins to confess, hoping to beat his friend to the best plea deal. The conspiracy, which was meant to restore the honor of Rome, dissolves into a pathetic, frantic contest of betrayal. Men of ancient lineage, who claim to be fighting for liberty, scramble to sell out their friends, their brothers, even their families, just to avoid the hot iron. The most heartbreaking betrayal comes from the poet Lucan, Seneca's brilliant nephew. Under interrogation, desperate to find a name that will shock the inquisitors enough to stop the torture, Lucan accuses his own mother, Acilia. It is a moment of such profound moral collapse that it stains his literary legacy forever. He wrote an epic poem about the horrors of civil war, but in the end, he could not fight the war in his own soul. But amidst this cavalcade of cowardice, there is one figure who stands tall, and she is not a senator, nor a soldier, nor a philosopher. She is a freedwoman named Epicurus. She had been involved in the plot, trying to recruit sailors from the fleet. When she is arrested and tortured, Tigellinus unleashes his full fury upon her, assuming a woman and a former slave will break easily. He is wrong. Epicurus endures the rack. She endures the fire. She refuses to name a single conspirator. The next day, broken and unable to stand, she is carried back to the torture chamber in a chair. Fearing she might finally break under a second day of agony, she quietly unfastens the band from her breast, ties it to the canopy of the chair, and hangs herself before the torturers can touch her. Tacitus records her death with awe, noting the stinging contrast. A woman, a former slave, protecting strangers with her life, while freeborn Roman men betray their own blood to save their skins. It is the final indictment of the Roman elite. Nero is terrified. The sheer number of names being spat out by the tortured men reveals that he is surrounded. His friends, his generals, his poets. They all want him dead. He reacts with the fury of a cornered animal. He doubles the guard. He walls up the city. Rome becomes a prison. Soldiers are stationed on the walls, at the port, along the river. No one leaves. The arrests happen in waves. The streets are clogged with centurions, dragging men from their homes. There are no trials. There is only the order: die. And so, the suicides begin. In Roman tradition, a condemned aristocrat is often given the mercy of taking his own life to preserve his estate for his heirs. If he is executed, the state takes everything. If he dies by his own hand, his will is respected. It is a grim economic calculation. Piso, the figurehead of the plot, opens his veins in his bath. Lateranus, the man who was supposed to tackle Nero, is dragged to a place of execution and beheaded without being allowed to say a final word. He dies in silence, refusing to name names, redeeming his honor at the block. Nero sits in the golden house, reading the list of the dead. He is safe. The plot is crushed. But he does not feel safe. He feels the phantom pain of the betrayal. He looks at the name near the top of the list, Lucius Annaeus Seneca. He calls for a tribune of the Praetorian Guard, a man named Gavius Silvanus. Ironically, Silvanus is also a conspirator, but one who has not yet been named. Nero does not know this. He orders Silvanus to go to Seneca's villa on the Via Nomentana, 4 miles outside the city. Go, Nero says, his voice flat, devoid of the emotion he used to show his tutor. Ask him if he admits to the words of Natalis, and if he does not deny them, you know what to do. He does not say the word kill. He does not have to. The golden age is a distant memory. The partnership is over. The lesson is finished. The sun is setting on the Via Nomentana, casting long shadows through the vineyards, where Seneca is dining with his wife and 2 friends. He is eating a simple meal, perhaps discussing a passage of Plato, completely unaware that the centurions are marching down the road, their armor clinking in the twilight, carrying the final exam of his philosophy. The distance between the palace and the villa is closing. The time for writing about death is over. The time for dying has arrived. The sun has dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky a bruised purple that slowly fades into charcoal. We are 4 miles outside the city walls, at Seneca's country estate on the Via Nomentana. It is a place of retreat, surrounded by vineyards and olive groves that usually hum with the sound of cicadas. But tonight, the insects are silent, as if holding their breath. Inside the villa, the atmosphere is one of enforced tranquility. Seneca sits at a low table, dining with his wife, Pompeia Paulina, and 2 close friends. The meal is simple. No exotic birds, no spiced wine, just the fruits of his own land. He is an old man now, nearing 70. His body is frail, wasted by the asthma that has plagued him for years, and the ascetic diet he has adopted to avoid poisoning. But his mind is still the sharpest blade in the empire. He speaks softly, perhaps discussing the nature of the soul, or reading aloud from a scroll, trying to keep the terror of the last few days at bay. Then the world breaks in. It begins not with a knock, but with the heavy, rhythmic crunch of military boots on gravel. It is a sound Seneca must have been expecting for years, the sound of the other shoe finally dropping. The villa is surrounded. Torches flare in the garden, casting long, violent shadows across the frescoes. The tribune Gavius Silvanus steps into the atrium. He is a high-ranking officer of the Praetorian Guard, a man of imposing stature in full armor. But if you look closely at his face, you might see sweat beading on his forehead. There is a deep, sickening irony here that Tacitus relishes in pointing out. Silvanus is himself one of the conspirators. He is part of the plot to kill Nero. Yet to protect his cover, to prove his loyalty, he has been ordered to interrogate the very man the conspiracy might have crowned emperor. He is a man trapped in a moral labyrinth, forced to destroy what he respects to serve what he hates. Seneca does not rise. He does not tremble. He looks at the tribune with the calm gaze of a man who has already rehearsed this scene 1,000 times in his mind. Silvanus delivers the emperor's question. Did you meet with Natalis? Did you say that your safety depended on Piso? It is the accusation of treason. Seneca's answer is a masterpiece of forensic rhetoric and stoic dignity. He admits that Natalis came to him. He admits that he refused to see Piso, but he denies the treason. I told him that I was ill, Seneca explains, his voice raspy but steady. I said that for a sick man, rest is better than conversation. Why would I value the safety of a private citizen above my own emperor? I have no reason to flatter anyone. Nero knows this better than anyone else. I have never been a man of flattery. It is a subtle dig. He is saying, I didn't plot to kill him, but I stopped pretending to like him a long time ago. He frames his withdrawal not as a political maneuver, but as the act of a tired old man. He gives Silvanus no names. He gives him no confession. He simply offers the truth of his exhaustion. Silvanus bows stiffly. He leaves the villa, leaving Seneca in the terrible silence of the waiting room. The tribune rides back to Rome, his horse kicking up dust in the moonlight. He does not go straight to Nero. He stops first at the house of Faenius Rufus, the Praetorian prefect. Rufus is also a conspirator. The two men look at each other in the dark, panicked. He denies it, Silvanus says, but Nero wants him dead. They ask the question that haunts every collaborator. Do we obey the order to kill the innocent, or do we reveal ourselves and die? Fear wins. Rufus looks at the floor and mutters, carry out the orders. They choose survival. They choose to be the executioners of their own idol. Silvanus goes to the Golden House. He finds Nero and Tigellinus waiting, perhaps playing a game of dice or listening to music, the tension in the room thick enough to choke on. Silvanus reports Seneca's answer. He describes the philosopher's calm, his lack of fear. Nero listens, his eyes narrowing. He does not care about the logic of the defense. He only asks one question. Is he preparing to commit suicide? Silvanus shakes his head. I saw no sign of fear, Caesar, no sadness. He was tranquil. This enrages Nero. The tyrant wants fear. He wants his victims to beg, to scream, to acknowledge his power. Seneca's calm is an insult. It is a declaration of independence. Go back, Nero snaps. Order him to die. Silvanus cannot bear to do it himself. He is a soldier, yes, but he is broken by shame. He rides back to the Via Nomentana, but he stops at the gate. He sends a lower-ranking centurion in to deliver the verdict. He stays outside, pacing in the dark, unable to look the philosopher in the eye. Inside the villa, the centurion enters the dining room. The meal has not resumed. Paulina is holding Seneca's hand. The friends are sitting in stunned silence. The centurion is blunt. He does not use euphemisms. The emperor commands you to resolve your life. De vita resolvere. It is the Roman way of saying, kill yourself, or we will do it for you, and it will be much more painful. Seneca nods. He does not cry out. He does not curse Nero. He turns to his friends, who are weeping openly now. Where are your maxims of philosophy? He asks them gently, chiding them like a teacher calming a classroom of frightened children. Where is the reason we have cultivated for so many years? Did you not know Nero was cruel? After he killed his mother and his brother, did you expect him to spare his teacher? He asked the centurion for one favor, permission to update his will. He wants to leave some reward for his loyal friends. The centurion refuses. There is no time for wills, the soldier barks. The state will take everything. Seneca smiles, a sad, resigned smile. Very well, he says. If I am forbidden to leave you my wealth, I leave you my most precious possession, the pattern of my life. He stands up. The time for talking is done. The theory of Stoicism is over. The practice must begin. He looks at his wife, Paulina. She is younger than him, weeping uncontrollably. He embraces her. This is the moment where the philosopher dissolves into the husband. He asks her not to grieve endlessly. He tells her to find comfort in the memory of his virtue. But Paulina, in a moment of fierce, tragic loyalty, refuses to live without him. I will go with you, she whispers. I claim the same end. Seneca looks at her. He sees her resolve. He does not stop her. I showed you the solace of life, he says, but you prefer the glory of death. I will not begrudge you this example. It is a chilling agreement to modern ears, a husband agreeing to help his wife commit suicide. But in the Roman context, it is the ultimate act of respect. They will die together. The servants are called. They bring the knives. The room is quiet, save for the weeping of the slaves who love their master. The centurion stands by the door, hand on his sword, checking the hourglass. The script is written. The actors are ready. Seneca unfastens his tunic, revealing the old, frail chest that houses one of the greatest minds in history. He looks at the blade. It is sharp. It is cold. It is the only key left to the door of freedom. He takes a breath, the air of the villa tasting sweet and precious one last time, and prepares to make his final argument. Not with words, but with blood. The blade touches the skin. In the ancient world, the act of opening one's veins was considered a noble exit, a liberation of the spirit. But the reality is far less poetic than the philosophy. It is a warm, stinging intimacy. Seneca and Paulina lie on separate couches in the dining room, their arms extended. The knife cuts deep into the wrists. The blood begins to flow, dark and rhythmic, staining the cushions that were once reserved for feasting. They look at each other across the small distance that separates them. There are no tears now. There is only the silent communion of two people stepping off the edge of the world together. The slaves, weeping, stand by with sponges and basins, uncertain of whether to attend to the living or mourn the dying. But death, like life, does not always obey the will of the philosopher. Paulina, being younger and healthier, bleeds freely. Her life force ebbs away with a merciful speed. But Seneca is old. His body is ravaged by years of fasting, his veins constricted by age, and the thin, meager diet of berries and water he has subsisted on for months. The blood does not rush. It trickles. It clots. The cut, which should have been fatal, becomes a source of agonizing, prolonged torture. The exit door is stuck. Seneca watches the slow drip. He feels the cold creeping into his fingers, but his mind remains terrifyingly clear. He realizes that this will not be the quick, dignified fade to black he wrote about. This is a siege. To hasten the end, he calls the physician to cut the veins in his ankles and behind his knees. The pain must be excruciating. a sharp severing fire running up his legs, but he does not scream. He is the master of his reactions. He is performing the final and most difficult exercise of stoicism, endurance. As the pain mounts, Seneca looks at his wife. He sees her growing pale, her eyes fluttering. The sight of her suffering begins to crack his resolve. He realizes that watching her die is harder than dying himself, and he fears that seeing his agony might make her falter in her final moments. He summons his voice, now a dry whisper. "Take her away," he commands the servants. "Into the bedroom. Let us not weaken each other." It is a heartbreaking act of love disguised as stoicism. They are carried apart. The last time they see each other, they are both covered in blood, suspended in the gray space between existence and oblivion. But history has a twist in store for Paulina. As she lies in the other room, drifting into unconsciousness, a commotion breaks out at the villa gates. A messenger has arrived from Rome at a gallop. It is an order from Nero. The emperor, sitting in his golden house, has done the math. He hates Seneca, but he has no quarrel with Paulina. He knows that the people of Rome love her. To kill the philosopher is a political necessity. To let his innocent wife die with him is a public relations disaster he cannot afford. "Bind her wounds," the order commands. "Stop the blood. She must live." The soldiers rush into the bedroom. Paulina is unconscious, unaware of the hands that are seizing her arms, applying tight tourniquets, packing the wounds with styptics and wool. They force life back into her against her will. She survives, but she does not truly recover. Tacitus tells us that for the few remaining years of her life, she moved through Rome like a ghost, her skin possessing a deathly pallor that marked her as a woman who had visited the underworld and been dragged back. She lived as a monument to her husband's death, a walking shadow in a city of marble. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Seneca is alone. He does not know his wife has been saved. He believes she is dead. He is waiting to join her, but his body refuses to quit. The bleeding has slowed to a crawl. He is in agony, shivering violently as shock sets in. He realizes the knife is not enough. He needs help. He calls for his doctor, a faithful man named Stotius Annius. "The poison," Seneca whispers. "Bring the hemlock." This is a deliberate, theatrical choice. Seneca wants to die like Socrates. He has kept a vial of hemlock in his possession for a long time, anticipating this very night. He wants his death to be a literary event, a mirror of the Greek sage who drank the cup in Athens 4 centuries earlier. The doctor mixes the draught. Seneca takes the cup. His hand shakes, not from fear, but from the tremors of blood loss. He drinks. He waits for the numbness to start in his feet and creep up to his heart, just as Plato described in the Phaedo. He waits, and he waits. Nothing happens. His body is too cold. The circulation has collapsed. The blood is not moving fast enough to carry the toxin to his heart. The hemlock sits in his stomach, a cold, heavy stone, adding nausea to his pain. It is a grotesque failure. The script is falling apart. The universe seems to be mocking him, denying him the clean, philosophical death he craved. He is not Socrates. He is just an old man bleeding on a couch, surrounded by terrified slaves, while the centurion checks the hourglass and taps his foot impatiently. Seneca realizes he must take drastic measures. He cannot wait for the poison. He needs heat. He needs to force his blood to run. "The bath," he gasps. "Carry me to the bath." The slaves lift his frail body. It is a struggle. They carry him not to the grand marble baths of the villa, but to the warm water of the indoor pool. As they lower him into the water, the heat hits his skin. It stings the open wounds, but it also dilates the vessels. The blood begins to flow again, swirling into the water, turning the clear bath into a cloud of crimson. Even now, standing waist-deep in his own blood, Seneca cannot stop being the teacher. He cups a handful of the bloody water and sprinkles it on the nearest slave. "I offer this libation to Jupiter the Liberator," he intones. It is a religious ritual, a final offering to the god who frees men from the prison of the body. But it is also a joke, a dark, grim, Seneca-style joke. He is offering his own life as the wine. The steam rises around him. The room is hot, suffocating. The hemlock, the blood loss, and the steam finally begin to do their work. His vision blurs. The faces of the slaves swim before him. The stern face of the centurion dissolves into the mist. Seneca feels the inner citadel of his mind finally breaching. The walls are coming down. The logic is fading. There is no more rhetoric, no more clever turns of phrase. There is only the darkness rushing in. He is not thinking about Nero. He is not thinking about Rome. He is simply tired. The water is warm. The pain is drifting away. The philosopher closes his eyes, and the monologue that has run for 70 years finally falls silent. The steam in the bathhouse dissipates, vanishing through the vents into the cool night air. The water in the pool is still, dark and heavy, with the life of the philosopher. Seneca is gone. The servants, their faces streaked with tears and soot, lift the body from the water. There is no time for mourning. The centurion is watching. The state demands efficiency, even in death. In accordance with a will written years ago, back when he was the richest man in Rome, surrounded by gold and sycophants, Seneca requested a funeral without pomp. No procession, no eulogy, no masks of ancestors. He wanted to leave as he arrived, simply. His body is carried out to the garden, placed on a hastily built pyre, and consumed by the flames. The smoke rises, mixing with the mist of the vineyards, drifting toward the city that he tried and failed to save. The conscience of the empire has been reduced to a handful of grey ash. But while the body burns, the voice refuses to fade. In the final moments before the bath, while the blood was still trickling from his wrists, Seneca had called for his secretaries. He had dictated his final thoughts. We do not have the exact text of this last dissertation. It has been lost to time. But Tacitus tells us that his words were publicized and widely read in the days following his death. Imagine the scene in the scriptoriums of Rome, slaves copying out the dying words of the victim, while the murderer sits in the golden house. It is a form of resistance. The ink becomes more durable than the blood. Seneca's death becomes his final lesson, a demonstration that the mind can remain free even when the body is being destroyed. He becomes a martyr for the Stoic cause, his end sanctified by the very brutality intended to erase him. With Seneca dead, the last tether to reality snaps for Nero. The Golden Age is not just over, it is ancient history. The emperor is now surrounded entirely by sycophants, spies, and the mirror of his own ego. He decides that Rome is too small for his genius. He needs a stage that understands him. He looks east to Greece. In 66 AD, Nero leaves the capital on a grand tour. It is not a military campaign, it is a concert tour. He travels with a retinue of thousands, musicians, dancers, actors, and the formidable Augustiani, to ensure the applause is loud enough. He competes in the Olympic Games. Tradition dictates that the Games are held every 4 years, but for Nero, they change the calendar. They delay the events to match his arrival. He enters every competition: chariot racing, lyre playing, acting, even heraldry. The outcome is never in doubt. The judges are bribed, terrified, or both. In one famous chariot race, Nero falls out of his vehicle. He is dragged along the track, bruised and battered. He is helped back in, but he cannot finish the race. He retires. And yet, the judges award him the olive wreath of victory. They claim he would have won if he hadn't fallen. It is the logic of a madhouse. Nero accepts the crowns, 808 of them, to be exact. He returns to Rome not as a conquering general with captives in chains, but as an artist with a baggage train of trophies. He rides into the city in the chariot of Augustus, wearing a Greek mantle, a musician's crown on his head. He demands that the city walls be breached to admit him, a symbolic gesture usually reserved for Olympic victors. He is celebrating the conquest of his own delusion. But while the emperor is playing the lyre in Greece, the empire is beginning to burn for real. The provinces are groaning under the weight of taxes needed to fund his golden house and his grand tour. In Judea, a massive revolt breaks out. The legions are defeated. The east is in flames. In Gaul, a governor named Gaius Julius Vindex raises the standard of rebellion. He calls Nero a bad lyre player, an insult that reportedly hurt the emperor more than being called a tyrant. Vindex is crushed, but the spark has been lit. The General Galba in Spain declares himself the representative of the Senate and the Roman people. The armies are moving, the swords are coming out. Nero returns to Rome in late 67 AD, but the atmosphere has changed. The fear has turned into contempt. The mob, which once cheered his generosity, is now hungry and angry. The grain shipments are delayed because the ships are being used to transport Nero's stage props. The servants of the terror begin to turn on each other. Tigellinus, the dark tutor who helped orchestrate the purge, sees the writing on the wall. He begins to distance himself, claiming illness, hiding in his estates. The rats are leaving the golden house. Nero sits in his rotating dining room, the world spinning slowly around him, but he is alone. He receives news of the revolts with a strange, paralyzed detachment. He talks of punishing the rebels, not with armies, but with weeping. He fantasizes about marching to Gaul and crying before the legions, believing that his tears will move them to repentance. He composes victory songs for battles he hasn't fought. He is living entirely inside the myth now. He cannot see the legions marching. He only hears the music in his head. The nights in the palace grow long. The halls are empty. The servants are surly. The ghost of Seneca seems to hang in the air, a silent, "I told you so." The wisdom is gone. The restraint is gone. There is only the terrified child, bloated with power, waiting for the discipline he has avoided for 14 years. The sun sets on the Palatine, and for the first time, the Golden House does not look like a palace. It looks like a tomb. The lamps flicker low. The lyre sits in the corner, a string broken, unplayed. The finale is approaching, and this time the applause will be silence. The date is June 9th, 68 AD. The summer heat has returned to Rome, but inside the Golden House, the air is freezing. We have reached the final act. The silence that Seneca entered willingly has now come for Nero by force. The emperor wakes up in the middle of the night. He calls for his guards. There is no answer. He walks into the corridor. The Praetorians are gone. The servants are gone. Even the pillows have been stripped from the couches. He is alone in the largest palace in the world, a tiny figure wandering through acres of stolen gold. He knocks on the doors of his friends' apartments within the complex. No one opens. They have all fled, sensing the shift in the wind. The Senate has declared him a hostis publicus, a public enemy. The sentence is death, mor maiorum, according to the custom of the ancestors, which means being stripped naked, fastened by the neck in a fork, and beaten to death with rods. Nero panics. He looks for a gladiator to kill him, to save him from the executioner. "Is there no one to kill me?" he cries out to the empty room. "Is there no one to save me?" There is no answer. He considers throwing himself into the Tiber. He considers dressing in black and going to the forum to beg the people for forgiveness, or perhaps just to ask for the governorship of Egypt. But he realizes he would be torn to pieces before he reached the rostrum. Finally, a voice speaks from the shadows. It is Phaon, one of his few remaining freedmen. He offers his villa in the suburbs, 4 miles outside the city, as a hiding place. It is a humble offer, but it is the only one left. Nero accepts. He disguises himself in a faded cloak, covers his face with a handkerchief, and mounts a horse. He rides out of the city he rebuilt, not through the triumphal gate, but through the back alleys. The journey is a nightmare of sensory details. As they ride past the Praetorian camp, Nero hears the soldiers shouting, not his name, but the name of Galba, the rebel general. He feels the earth shake with a tremor, as if the ground is rejecting him. A flash of lightning illuminates the road, and for a second, he sees a corpse lying in the ditch. His horse shies. Nero drops his handkerchief. A passing soldier recognizes him. "Hail Caesar," the man says, perhaps in mockery, perhaps in habit. Nero spurs his horse, terrified. They arrive at Phaon's villa. It is not the Golden House. They have to sneak in through the back. Nero, the man who bathed in perfumes, is forced to crawl on his hands and knees through a patch of briars and reeds. He tears his cloak. He scratches his face. He reaches the back wall. The servants dig a hole through the brick, and the Emperor of Rome squeezes through it like a thief. Inside, he is exhausted. He is thirsty. They offer him water from a ditch. He cups it in his hands that have signed death warrants for thousands, and drinks. "This," he says bitterly, "is Nero's distilled water." He sits on a sordid couch in a small, dim room. He orders them to dig a grave. He measures his own body to ensure the fit. He asks them to find some pieces of marble to decorate it, so he is not forgotten. He weeps, and in between the sobs, he utters the sentence that will define his legacy. He does not say, "I was a great ruler." He does not say, "I saved the empire." He says, "Qualis artifex pereo." What an artist dies in me. Even at the end, he is mourning the loss of his performance, not his soul. The sound of hooves hits the gravel outside. The cavalry has arrived. The hunters are here. Nero knows this is the end. He tries to work up the courage to drive the dagger into his throat. He hesitates. He asks his secretary, Epaphroditus, to help him. He asks if someone else will kill themselves first, to show him how. It is a pathetic human moment of fear. Finally, hearing the soldiers breaking down the door, he quotes the Iliad. The sound of swift-footed horses strikes my ears. He drives the blade in. His hand is weak, so Epaphroditus pushes it home. The blood flows. Not the slow trickle of Seneca, but a fast, violent rush. As he lies dying, the centurion bursts into the room. The soldier, perhaps wanting to take him alive for the reward, tries to staunch the bleeding with his cloak. Nero looks up at him. His eyes are glazing over, bulging with terror and pain. Too late, he whispers. This is fidelity. He dies. The sun rises over the villa. The dynasty of the Caesars, the line of Augustus, ends in a dusty room on a dirt floor. The monster is dead. The artist has left the stage. Years later, a woman comes to the tomb of the Domiti family to lay flowers. It is Acte, the former slave, the woman he loved in the gardens before the madness set in. She washes the body. She wraps him in expensive white robes woven with gold. She buries him. She remembers the boy who liked to sing, not the tyrant who burned the world. It is a final, quiet act of mercy, a lesson Seneca would have appreciated. And now let the curtain fall gently. The noise of the hooves fades into the distance. The shouts of the soldiers dissolve into the wind. We are left in the quiet that follows the storm. The fire is out, the marble is cool. The story of Seneca and Nero is finished. It is a heavy story, full of fire and blood. But now, it is just a memory, harmless as a shadow on the wall. Take a deep breath. Let the tension of the history leave your body. You are safe here, far away from the Palatine Hill, far away from the choices of emperors and the weight of empires. The past cannot touch you. It can only whisper to you, and its voice is getting softer now. Think of the garden where Seneca taught the boy. The bees are still humming there. The sun is still warm on the stone benches. Think of the sea at Antium, rolling in with its eternal rhythmic hush. Shh. The waves wash away the footprints in the sand. They wash away the ambition, the fear, the anger. Everything passes. The gold fades. The stone crumbles. Only the quiet remains. You have walked through the fire and come out the other side, into the cool, dark night. The stars are wheeling overhead, slow and steady, just as Seneca watched them from his tower. They are watching over you now. Let your eyes close. Let your breathing slow down to the rhythm of the tide. The empire has fallen asleep. The history books are closed. There is nothing left to do but drift. Sweet dreams.